Hello everybody and welcome. Hopefully you can hear me okay, everything's sounding okay and everything's looking okay. Welcome to Clan Rivals Day 1 tournament. I am today joined by one of our new guests, I believe. I'm not sure that you've been on the show or this program production before. Svitman, many of you will recognize from the games and on the streams with his glorious plays and tactics. Today is going to be a fairly interesting day with Day 1. We're going to have a breakdown of what you're going to see in terms of the games and who is going to play who. So, Svitman, who is your bet on for Game 1?
So, in the Game 1, we are going to see the lower brackets. That's Tents against Nome. Both of the teams were placed third in their respective group, in the group stage. And they didn't meet each other yet, so it's going to be a very interesting battle because both teams are matched fairly evenly, but I believe Nome is going to take the victory there.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so Tents we did see in the last Clan Rivals. I don't remember if Nomi was there. I don't think so. So the first game should be a nice warm-up, and then who's going to be playing in the second game?
In the second game, we are seeing Fame against GX Raid, which is going to be a very, very interesting match. Fame placed first in the group stage, so they are one of the favorites for the victory in the tournament. But GX Raid played very well as well, so it's going to be very, very interesting match because both of the teams are very, very strong. But I think the Fame will take the victory there.
Okay, and then game 3 is...
The game 3 is GX15 Chieftains, which is the second GX team, which actually placed better in the group stage than the first GX team, against Invil, which is one of the strong performers in the previous tournament. That's going to be a very interesting battle, with the group stage results hinting towards GX15 Chiefs taking the victory there.
Okay, and so they're the games today. Of course, game 4 will be decided once we've gone through these initial games and we can find out who goes where at what stage. What I should also mention is that today is, or this weekend, prizes were sponsored by Cooler Master. Cooler Master are providing some nice peripherals as well as some cash money, along with what we are also providing on the side. So hopefully it should motivate a fair few of the teams to really perform and do well. And yeah, Cooler Master have been very grateful. We're very grateful for you. They've been very generous with their sharing. One thing you need to make sure you do is join in the Gleam link. The Gleam link will have entries on to join various of our social media channels. It will also have an entry onto the Cooler Master Discord, which you should definitely join because they also have a nice giveaway there. If you join sometime soon, you can take part in it and get a nice cool prize if you're lucky. And so, yeah, make sure you do that. Make sure you check it out. Enter into the Gleam link. Drops should also be on. And so make sure that you're looking out on chat right now. Have the drops info, the breakdown, how long you need to watch. It is all there for you. And so, yeah, here you can see on the screen where today and tomorrow, these are the prizes that you can win. As you can see, there's a fair bit to go around. All you have to do is watch. Make sure you follow the instructions. If it isn't working, follow the instructions that tells you what to do if it's not working. Make sure you don't mute the stream. Make sure you keep watching the stream. You've got to turn the volume on full for it to count. I swear, I promise. And yeah, and that's everything for drops, as well as Cooler Master sponsorship. I believe that Keyhand and Mojo are ready. Do you have any final words on who it is that you think is going to take game 1?
Yeah, Nome is going to take the game 1. Their preparation for the group stage was really well, and they managed to beat one of the top teams in the group stage that secured them the third place. So, but like I said, we saw Tents in the last tournament when they placed third, so they are also a very good team. So it's going to be a very interesting match, even if it's not on par with the matches that are coming later in the upper bracket.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. So I do believe they are ready, and we can pass over to the awesome duo of Keyhand and Mojo. We'll take you through the awesome games coming up right now.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Clan Rivals Summer Assault here, and we're going to be together with Mojo and me, we're going to be the casters for this tournament. We're going to be taking you through everything. Yeah, from gameplay to a bit of post-game analysis, although Svitman is going to do most of that. And yeah, Mojo, how do you feel about the upcoming day?
I'm actually super hyped. Finally, there is some sun here where I'm, like after a bundle of rain, and finally we have another 15 on 15 tournament. We've seen 7 recently, but it's a completely different story. That's like a nostalgic story. This is something that's been like a mainstream for a while. And I'm looking forward to see who will be a dominant team and clan in this one, because as we said, like a small moral incentive by Cooler Master woke up even some people who skipped like some of the last tournaments to play. So I think it's gonna be interesting, and a lot of guys will try to make it happen this time.
Indeed. And now in the first match, as we already mentioned, we do have 2 teams coming up that made it through in the group stage as placed 3 of their respective groups. And yeah, we see the tournament structure once again. We see here in, well, it's not really the losers bracket this time, it's sort of the lower bracket, I would say, since, well, Tense and Nomi in the playoff stage haven't lost yet. Still, though, they didn't manage to qualify in the top 2 spots of their respective
Technically, it is
groups.
losers bracket, because by the tournament structure, it's been predetermined that way. Because Tense and Nomi do not have the second chance, right? If they lose, one of them is out already. That's it.
That is indeed true. One more thing should be explained for the matches 4 and 5, which is a lower and upper seed. That basically is determined by how the clans fared in the groups. So I'm just going to take you through that real quick. We have Seed 1 coming in Fame, not dropping a single game in their group. Seed 2 is GX15 Chieftains, the nominally second team by GX. Seed number 3 is Inbil, and seed number 4 is GX Raid. So if Fame drops to the losers bracket here in the first game, then they are going to be set for the upper seed. So they're playing against winner of match 4. If GX15 drops down, but Fame doesn't, they're going to be upper seed, and so on and so forth. So a little bit of a switch up here. Otherwise, there should also be noted that everything in the lower bracket is going to be best of 5. Everything in the upper bracket, including the finals, is going to be best of 7. But yeah, enough of the tournament structure. We do have a game coming up in between Tense and Nomi. It's going to be a best of 5, so it's going to be a German team against the Polish team. And yeah, here we see the lineup from Nomi under their captain Kiepa coming up. A lot of underscores here for all the names. And yeah, I hope we're going to get all the names right here regarding pronunciation.
Yeah, I heard you're a better player if you have at least 1 underscore in your name, you know, so at least Sokol has 3 of them to prove the point, right? Mm-hmm. So Kiepa being the captain here, Nomi being on a clan war scene for a while, but never made a huge impact on the tournaments. That's kind of a moment when they struggle. So we will see how will they fare against Tense. Tense made a decent show up on the last 15 on 15 tournaments, where they lost at the end to the Raid, who finally even won the tournament, right? So even in a tiebreaker. So after, it's been a while since the tournament, so that was in February. We will see what is the state of these teams now, because time has passed. Like, do they keep the same energy? Do they have some additions to their strats and so on? So we can see Tense here, Lichbear still being their captain. I can't say like did the composition of the team change too much. I recognize few names, but I'm not sure everyone from the last tournaments is actually here.
I think most of it sort of stayed the same. I'm very happy to see Juggy in there. If he doesn't play Mouse this tournament, I'm going to be very disappointed. But yeah, pick and bans coming through. It's going to be Moro and Ensk by Nomi and Tense banned respectively. Then we have Cliff and Himmels coming up, and I have to say I love those picks. It's just the OG maps which you can duke it out on. Then Mali, Proco, Sand River banned, and a possible tiebreaker on Live Oaks, but we'll have to see if we get there, because first of all we have Cliff and Himmels being played from each side respectively. And yeah, if we see a quick 3-0, then we might not even get to match 4 here. That being said, let's hop into the first game of the Clan Rivals Summer Assault, and Tense is coming in here with a CGC, a TVP, what seems to be like, let me count, 7 CSs double batch. I think that's actually not Tense, that's Nomi, judging by the names, and 4 Chieftains. Meanwhile, Tense...
that's definitely Nomi.
Yeah.
And Nomi should be on defending side, and Tense should be on attacking side. So let us see how that fares. We also have like a bit of a struggle with predictions here because Sweetman said he has 90% of accuracy in his Polish league, so we will see, because we have some quite opposite predictions for the matches and stuff like that. But anyways, there is a huge pressure coming in toward the center of the map by the guys from Nomi. They are trying to take over the hill, but there is not really a huge response coming in from tanks. They have a lot of tanks straggling back, like heavy tanks and so on, so a bit of a more passive play by them.
Yeah, indeed. We do see the ramp taken by a lot of blue CSs here from Nomi. Jordan trying to make it up. The EBR from TenZ already here on the hill, Alexandros, but he's not going to be able to hold against the CS. And now TenZ here, they are trying to repush the donut with some 277s, as, they don't see any possibility in the middle because there is chieftains on the ramp, and now we'll have to see how this donut repush here goes, as the 277s do take some shots here from the ramp, but most of them are going to make it across fairly unscathed. HP sort of even, but we have to see how this push here now goes by TenZ here. They're going in with everything, but they're getting deleted. Mayo, the first one to fall.
There is a bunch of butchers clipping in there, so if they run out of the shells, that will be a disaster for Nomi in that moment. Daniel Fugo and Fapi are keeping the back Leech Bear, and a couple of guys are fighting on upper side. So I think Proteza is out of the shell, so they will focus on single shooters now. Katya is on one shot on lower side there, and it's a big struggle. HP is still for Nomi. But does it mean they have the huge tactical advantage? Yes, they do, because they control the center also. I think this game is going that well by far, man.
Yeah, TenZ now has sort of won the donut, but there's still one Batchet alive, about to come off reload, but all the chieftains here in the middle by the Polish guys, they're just doing the hard work here at the moment. TenZ in the middle trying to struggle to stay alive, even Juggy staying there in the back with one chieftain. He has a rock to cover behind, but if Nomi chooses to repush the middle here, then I think they should take the upper hand. Fapi also in the CS tank needs to be very, very careful as he's on one shot, and finally the repush onto the Batchet by TenZ seems to be coming through, but the Batchet is reloaded and he has some chieftains to cover him. Nomi at this point in time up 2k HP here, and big arty shell connecting here, taking Magnus out of the picture, and TenZ, who are attacking, they sort of seem to be unsure what to do. The hold by Nomi so far looking good.
Well, Juggy is the only one pretty much holding the lines of TenZ there in the order toward the hill, because STB will be dead as soon as he loses some HP. There is already a flanking maneuver coming in from the Nomi. They have one medium going from the backside. He will be a huge problem for both Juggy and the STB, and I think only Arti can take out him. But Manio falls on lower side on other hand, so that happens. But Kiepa is doing a full clip on Leon. He's 277. That was a bit careless, but there is no one really left to help him, so they are gonna take that trade and delete that TVP. So that means Nomi will have to do something on upper side of the map really fast. Arti actually deletes Jordan, who was flanking, man. So that was the best chance actually Nomi had to win. I think they will have to do a full out push now.
Oh, TVP now coming off reload, but getting deleted here. And CS, Lemmy here, he's pretty close to the Arti. Needs to be careful though. There's one chieftain, Justek, who is in backup of the artillery. And meanwhile though, in the middle, Nomi seems to be making some sort of play. Itchuk taking a lot of damage for that, but it is all one shots here almost for TenZ as Aaron Broody bites the dust. And yeah, Nomi still has a lot of HP, a lot of guns to work with in the middle. So far they are trying to bite against Juggy here, who does take one artillery hit, but he's still on 1400 HP. He's not giving his life up easily. And meanwhile, on the other side of the map, the CS seems to have found the artillery. Needs to be careful though with the mentioned chieftain. And Nomi's still on the defending side, and you can see both teams, they have such low HP tanks, which need to be careful also. Keep in mind, both sides still have an artillery piece available, so if the one-shots make an unfortunate move, then then it's probably going to be their last one, as we do see the artillery here. Pi taking out his counterpart, and meanwhile also one CS has gone down for Nomi. Suddenly it seems to be shifting here, because Karol, he cannot really do anything against Juggy right now, and Justek, the chieftain with the HP here for Nomi, seems to be out of the picture.
Yeah, I think like in one moment Nomi should have just bit the chances they have, bit the bullet and just push while there was things happening on other side of the map, because they let game become too stagnant on the middle. You know, they were just like, for a while, they were like two separate teams of Nomi, like one playing the upper slope and not doing anything, and other struggling. But there is Arti now coming into the play. There is nothing Nomi guys can any longer do. All the HP they have on one of the chieftains. And I don't think he's gonna make a marvelous play of killing everyone in 10's team.
Yeah, and the thing is, Juggy, he knows time is playing for him. They still have 4 minutes and 40 seconds to make this attack work, and they do still have the artillery. And Karol, he cannot stay safe behind that rock, because if he goes more arty safe, then it's going to be the other tanks shooting at him. He's trying to build up some distance right now. Leechbeard taking a pot shot, not getting spotted for it. But yeah, the RT, one more connection, 440 HP, and at this point in time, Juggy could be loading HE and just, side scrape against Karol to make this work. And I think Nomi, they are recognizing they need to do something. Just Ek is being pulled up, the last Chieftain with HP here. And yeah, indeed, he does get spotted, so the Arty, he's going to re-aim for that Chieftain. Now every tank from Nomi is spotted here, and immediately they start falling. Itchuk getting picked up by Fappy, and Just Ek here, he's going to try to come over to finish off Juggy. Meanwhile, though, Juggy probably took my advice, loaded the HE, and Just Ek now caught in between Leechbear and Juggy, and he's gonna fall, and we have a 1-0 victory here for the German team of TenZ.
Oh, you must be professional HE player, Kider. Like, I think that was very nice to see that, as example, that Chieftain from TenZ at the end, he never even turned toward his enemy behind the rock in the back. He was just aiming forward and relying on his teammates to cover his ass in that moment. This game was kind of shifting a couple of times. I would say the counter push from TenZ was good. They saw a chance because there was a bit of, I would say, a gap in a Nomi setup. They had a couple of tanks laid back on a center, prepare for maybe some counter push coming from the center, but that meant they didn't 100% cover the rotation of TenZ. It looks like a leader of TenZ actually saw it and they pushed down. Look at the Lemmy damage in that CS, man.
Yeah,
Aiha.
Lemmy coming in with a lot of damage here, and the Batchets for
if anyone is wondering, like, why is there YOLO and why are we calling it Nomi? It's a Nomi team that is in a YOLO clan.
Yep.
Same like you have a Raid team which is in GX clan, so don't get confused about that, guys.
Yeah, and I think the problem here mostly for Nomi was that the Batchets that were supposed to eat away at the people that were repushing the donut didn't really get their shots off. I mean, Sokol, 3 shots out of the 5 he did in the clip, one of them not even connecting, and this Batchet managed to reload, but he didn't even get the second clip up off completely, and only 6 shots connected. So
Sokol will have to lose one of the lines in his name after this game. That's it. But anyways, like when there was that push of TenZ, that was actually good. They risked a lot, they traded HP, and they gained some kind of footing there. But then there was no real response from Nomi. They were just like waiting for things to happen. And you saw like even they had the TVP who did a full clip down, but he was the only guy down. TenZ knew it. They literally sent that 277 to take all the damage, soak it up, and to finish it off. And then they managed to take the RT off. And while all of that was going on, and it was going on for a while, the only response was sending Jordan from the back with CS, but it kind of looked like TenZ were aware of that, and GC was aiming there, and Jordan didn't last long. He was low HP, but he still just got like clicked like that.
Yeah, and the fact that after the RT from Nomi died, they didn't have any response anymore. They could just sit tight and wait for their own RT to do its thing.
I think there was like a couple of moments when they should have just risked it and do something aggressive, basically. While the TenZ guy were not 100% aimed at one spot. As example, like, okay, we on the screen could see way before this situation that Juggy was actually helped by only one guy for a while. Like Nomi guys could not know that. But if they choose to risk nothing and they're losing absolute control of the map and all of their HP advantage was melting away, it should mean they're doing something wrong and they should do something about it. But it never came, and TenZ took the game deserved at the end.
Definitely. It was just Nomi on the defensive side being too hesitant. They had so many Chiefs in the middle doing nothing. Meanwhile, they were losing 1-2 line, they were losing Donut. So I do agree. It was up to Nomi to win the game, and they gave it out of their hands. And brilliant reactions here by TenZ coming in, securing the victory. Obviously, sides are going to be switched now. It's going to be TenZ defending. Maybe they're going to, make an homage to their clan logo. We're going to have to see.
It was very peculiar. On last tournament we watched them. Actually, they played on a first day, super aggressive, couple of games and so on. And then when they started meeting stronger clans, they went to the logo side of their nature. dark side, and they just put the tent down and started camping. I was like, why are you doing so? You were doing so well till now, man, you know? So we will see how it goes. Like, this was actually Nomi's defense, but it's Cliff, so, you know, on Cliff the best defense is usually attack. So we will see how will Tents actually deal with that side. Now, the first battle was quite bloody. The HP pool left, no matter the number of tanks, was on a level of 1 medium, I would say, like 2k HP. So we will see what will happen in the next game. I presume there will be at least one arty in the play again, but will both sides opt to have it or not? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, I also like the individual plays by both teams because, you know, at the end there were so many one-shots left. That means basically the HP sharing on both teams was pretty much on point. When you see a lot of one-shots dropping immediately, then you know that both of the teams are not really doing a good job. But yeah, at the end of the match, we were left with a lot of tanks on very low HP, so that speaks for the individual plays of both teams. Meanwhile, I do see on my second cheat screen that the second game is about to start. This time we do have the right camos and the right sides for everyone, and it's going to be Tents defending with a 50B, 4 277s, 1 279, double Chieftain, double CS, and the rest is going to be 907s. Meanwhile, Nomi.
Interesting fact, Tents have no arty. So that's what I was wondering. Will one team play very aggressive without arty? Now, Tents seeing from the training room itself that Nomi has no arty, they are going to play full on. And it does look like that. They're pressuring the 1-2 line. Look at this YOLO static play going in toward the 1-2 line, trying to get that cooldown. Will they actually proceed and maybe even try to get some grasp on the Nomi base? It remains to be seen in next seconds. CS is taking this little rock here. This is a very important tactical rock. Here, like, predates the old times. If you want to play the lower side, you always have to have 1 or 2 tanks there to have crossfire and some protection. Yep, they are going to push down. Matriarch will be in a problem, and we need to see will Nomi actually respond accordingly and manage to snipe them down, and will they take the upper side of the map on the time also, Key?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, super aggressive plays here coming out for Tents. They're taking the 1-2 line directly with a lot of 907s. They're paying some HP for it, however. Matrak in the 907, I was about to say he needs to be careful, but now he's not going to do anything anymore as the first kill comes through for Tents, and that is a big problem here for Nomi as they don't have any presence really at their base, and yeah, the 907s by Tents, they're going to take the 1-2 line. And they're going to have nice hold-down positions. Also, they will have nice shots into the middle here, onto the possible positions of the Nomi heavy tanks. And this poses a big problem for Nomi here. They do have pushed out the eastern part of the map, so they do have tanks here now in J56, but keep an eye on K1. There's the 279, so he's going to take a lot of time to die. I don't think he's spotted yet even. So yeah, Nomi faced with what I guess for them is sort of an... oh, and the Conk GC is actually spotted here. Huge stuff here coming out by Hero. He does go down, so that removes yet another asset for Nomi to try to win this game.
Yeah, I was just about to say the biggest advantage of Nomi in this game was their arty, but by pushing down Tents actually effectively killing Manio, Matriarch, and establishing a position where they can blind shoot the arty, make it ineffective, and eventually maybe spot it. And this happened. So Nomi starting without 2 tanks, yeah, they have some positions, but we need to remember that Nomi is attacking. So now they're -1 tank, minus arty, they need to dig out the enemy, and they need to think what to do. Tents effectively can even do rotation.
What are you doing, my brother? Oh no, minus 1400 HP on him. He even loses the loader and the turret here. That's going to be the play of the day possibly, but not in a good way, as Aaron Broody and Never Forget Me are trying to turn the situation around. Oh no.
From 5k damage in first game to Salto Mortale downhill, bro.
From 0 to 0 for Lemmy in this case. Oh no.
Well, you know, you gotta give some to get some. So they took a lot in the start. So Lemmy, as a kind soul, responded kindly. You know, I'm gonna give you some HP, boys. That's your chance.
I mean, he's the anchor for his team. In the first game, he was holding them together, and in the second team, he's dragging them all down. So,
it's okay. It's just Cliff. You know, we've seen split tanks and kind of turned around tanks in even more critical moments than this one in a previous tournament. So it's fine. It's all the charm of this map, right?
Mm-hmm. let's say he's not going to be happy with this, and Nomi is not going to be happy with what's happening. It is going to be tense, taking even more positions here. And, the 277 does find the CS that was behind the stone. He fluffs his shot. I think that was auto-aim, or he hit the gun. And the CS does have quite considerable DPM, and he's starting to fire away at the 277. I would love for the 277 to basically push him out from behind this rock, because then the 907 should be able to help. Because like this, I'm not sure if the 277 actually has the DPM to sustain here against the CS, and indeed he's down to a 3-shot. We are gonna have to pay attention to how the rolls go. Meanwhile though, Nomi on the lower side of the map with a big push. They do find the 279 now, and Tense is responding in fashion. They're sending a lot of tanks down the 1-2 line.
Yeah, there's gonna be a battle for the pretty much map here. 279 is struggling there, losing a lot of HP. Lichbear is gonna die because there is multiple tanks in his face. Katya is also on one shot. There was a good crossfire by Tense, and they realized immediately they need to do something about it. CS is by Nomi. 3 of them now being in a problem, but they are keeping their crossfire together with a couple of guys from up. But there is not too many tanks for Nomi there. They have 3 guys. I'm gonna remind you, on top of the hill, chieftains included. So these guys, this CS is here. They're more or less on their own, man. And when they die, it's gonna be a complete collapse of Nomi.
Yeah, indeed. We do see now a lot of guns here taken out for the Polish teams, for Nomi. Parofus Rufus down to a one-shot here, needs to be careful as well. I mean, yeah, there is a crossfire going on for the Nomi guys at the cap of 10s, but how much longer can they sustain it? Jackie now down to a one-shot as well. Parofus Rufus still staying alive, never forget me. Needs to go. Oh, he does get picked up by someone else, and this seems to be going in Ten's favor. And yeah, Nomi seems to acknowledge this as well. They're down in HP, but they're going to be up in guns here if this repush carries through on the donut. And we do see 2 chieftains and 1 batchat being pushed into 277, 907 and a 50B. Problem is the 50B reloaded here? That's going to be the issue. I would love to see that push right now.
It's about same HP. Now we need to see what's gonna happen there on the donut. Karol, Magnus and Mayo are fighting multiple tanks of Nomi, YOLOing them there. Sokol is taking such damage, but he runs away with a run and gun kind of style on 100 HP. That's actually quite important. He might be very important if Nomi survives this counter push here. Now there is already STB and triple chieftain, 4 chieftains of Nomi playing cooldown against the remaining 10th guy. 10th story that started so well and so amazing is actually melting away because they're playing with non-cooldown tanks.
Oh, look at the
against
positions.
chieftains on such an upper position. It's not gonna end well for them. They're taking it everywhere from every possible angle and hole, and they don't like it.
Yeah, do look at the concave here, even by Nomi. They're hull down, they have the better crossfire, and they're just making short work here of the remainders of the 10s team, who did push with a nice repush onto their own cap, but this left the middle entirely open, and Nomi capitalizing on it big time. Stonks, they are good traders. They would be very well set on Wall Street, and now Jordan's coming in here to finish off Magnus. He doesn't care how many shots the 50B has left. I think he's empty now. He raises his gun. He acknowledges defeat on this one, and it's gonna be a mop-up operation here for Nomi to put their first point on the board, and we're gonna be at 1-1 all equal.
I think Jordan had a game of his life on this map. He was a chieftain who was covering his CSs while they pushed the enemy base, sniping everyone in the side. Then he did a counter push and shot the enemy from upper side. It's like chieftain delight, you know? Just shoot, 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 and no one can shoot you back. Amazing.
Yeah, yeah, indeed. And imagine what would have happened if you had 1600 HP on one of the CSs more.
In this kind of regard, I don't think we can put it on poor Lemmy. 1500 HP there would not make a humongous difference because this was actually a decent respawn. Yep, from hero to zero.
Yeah, I mean, his average damage is still going to be nice. That's probably the most positive thing we can say for him at the moment. But yeah, shooting looking okay for 10s at least. Let's check Nomi.
Yep,
I guess
Jordan
some blind
4.5K.
shooting and some hold down chieftain shooting involved probably as well. But yeah, nothing too much out of the ordinary, except the artillery for Nomi dealing 0 damage. Same thing for Matrak.
I would say from the disaster start, where Matrak or whatever died, and they lost Arti for nothing, starting with 2 guys less. Recovery of Nomi in this game, unlike the previous one, was way better. Like, they didn't want to die out like in a previous game, just waiting for eternity for something to happen. They pushed, they took their chances. This is very important. Like, look where Jordan is. That position is imperative. That guy was doing damage all the time. Also, them being able to pen Leech Bear so easily, I was actually quite surprised.
Yeah, I think he was not tucked
Was
correctly
he
behind
was
the
he
rock.
positioned wrongly or something? I'm not sure, because there was no arty. I don't know why wasn't he just like facing them frontal all the time, you know?
Yeah, I think he wanted to do damage onto Mickey and then got caught out, because normally you want to tuck in tightly behind the stone so they just have one approach, but I think they got behind him or something, and then it was all over very, very fast. I mean, yeah, the CSs get picked up here now, but the Chieftains by Nomi on the hill, they're gonna play the crucial role in what's...
I actually had a feeling Nomi is there in a bad spot because they had so many Chieftains on a hill, you know? But their counter push was good, and Jordan seemed to be more than enough to do all the damage and hold off the tanks on the lower side. Like, he did really a lot there. And Tents actually even had to sacrifice, I don't know, did you notice, but the only way for them to kill off those CS is to sacrifice one chieftain who went up to the road toward Jordan to occupy him, and even turned his turret to shoot one of the CSs in the back. So he died there on the road, so they would clear that side and actually be able to use those tanks again, you know, to recycle them and remove them. But those couple of, I would say, movements costed them so much. When they play these tactics, I'm 100% sure they would not expect 279 to die so fast. And there is no way, like, CS cannot pen 279 easily frontally. So that must have been something that happened with positioning of 279 that we didn't see because of the bushes.
Yeah, I mean, if the CS is standing directly in front of the 279 and it can hit the upper plate and shoot down on it, then the pens are sort of easy, but still, as the 279, you should tuck tightly behind the stone, so there is going to be one guy max that can shoot you and the others can get farmed because they cannot drive behind you and be safe behind the stone. That being said, we just saw the pick and ban, and the score being 1-1 means we actually get at least 2 more games, and both of them are going to be on my personal favorite map. It's going to be on Himmels.
It's going to be Himmels. What was your prediction for this match?
It was 3-1 for Tents, so I might still, get it right.
I think I went with 3-2 for Tents.
Yeah, so both of us still in it to win it.
Well, we will see. It's really quite early. Let's see. I need to spy on other guys. Let's see. Sweetman did 3-2-1 for Nomi. Mm-hmm. Polka. Iki went all in. Oh boy, what a gambler. 3-0 Nomi. Iki is already out. Yeah. See ya. Hasta luego. Yeah.
But yeah, normally throughout, the whole tournament, my goal or my threshold is always, to have 2 out of the 8 or 10 games right. So yeah, I've never managed to go above that up until now. But yeah, we are gonna have to see.
Well, for me, it's like main if I actually hit who's winning. The result can be a tricky one, let's say, at least. That's more like a gamble and a personal hunch. Anyways, Himmel coming in between these two teams. What can we expect here? Do you have any idea, Ki?
It's going to be interesting because I don't know if you watched all of the group stage.
Most of it,
yeah. That was also streamed. Also, the replays are openly available. And we did see a lot of different strategies being used on Himmelsdorf, from hard camp to complete YOLO over 1-2 line through courtyard. It was a plethora of strategies being employed, and that makes it, for me personally at least, very unpredictable. Although I have to say, my heart, it was so warm when I saw yet another Himmelsdorf camp failing. It was, I believe, CSA breaking the Inville camp. And also about CSA, we have to say they are not here because they didn't make it through groups. There was one unfortunate happening with the 907 missing 2 shots.
Well, unfortunately, depending which side are you talking about.
Unfortunately for CSA.
Yeah.
Fortunately for Nomi, which we see here, because of that they made it through. But yeah.
Like Key is talking about one literal moment when EBR of Nomi was running away on 100 HP and he actually survived 6 or 7 tanks of CSA who missed him in last crucial seconds. And
the crazy thing is, if he had connected one of the shots onto the EBR, CSA would have been first of their group, and now they're out.
Well,
that's how
one shot that doesn't end up in wheels,
Yeah, one shot, one opportunity. and palms were sweaty, knees weak, arms were heavy. You know how it goes. But yeah, the game is scheduled to start in about 30 seconds. So yeah, let's talk about Himmelsdorf as a map. Obviously, the what is being regarded as one of the most important positions is the hill. It overlooks everything. Once you have it, you can provide crossfire down into the almost entirety of the city. Then you have the 1-2 line, which serves very well for pushes, and then you have that courtyard that I mentioned in the middle of the map, and that also is very, very interesting because yeah, sometimes people take CSs and push it directly, or 277s. All of that is possible. The sheer amount of possible strategies on Himmelsdorf is just endless.
Yeah, but huge impact on those threats is also knowing the other teams. So some teams will make specific gameplays based on who they are playing, not always what they would like to play. But let's not keep about that. We have replaced names again. What you see as tents is Nomi, so they have 2 Bs, 4 279s. Yep. Katya Krasovic, now it's fine. So we will see on Himmel, Nomi as defending team, and
what I mentioned here directly happening. Miki and Parufus Rufus in the CS is directly being sent across. Their goal is going to be to take out Daniel Fugu here in the Chieftain, but they're already taking a lot of damage, and it seems like Daniel should be able to go back behind a hold-down here. He's taken a lot of shots here, and I don't like him going so close towards the CSs. I would rather he pulled back behind the hold-down. But yeah, other than that,
it does look like he's eager for some damage more than for survival in this moment, so he's trying to actually trade with them. Probably he should have just fell from the different side of the hill in the start, but he chose this and lost some. But still, he's on 800 HP. One of the CS is on 800 HP, and I would any time of the day like pick a chieftain on that HP. A critical coming in, so not even a track. They're pushing, trying to finish him off. Another critical on Daniel. He has the luck of a survivor. Will he manage to take out one of the CS Mickey? No, but he has friends. He has friends. And now the friends of Nomi are coming in. They're pushing all the sides so they don't throw just those 2 tanks alive. Daniel is still alive, so he's making 100 HP, but there is a massive push of 279s coming on the rail, pressuring toward Mayo and Daddy Happy and Leon and Lemmy. There is like 4 guys of tents there, but coming in 6, 7, maybe even 8 guys of Nomi just colliding on them, abandoning completely the 8th line. And tents guy on hill know that something is happening. They're trying to pressure it. You can see Nomi guys completely running away, avoiding any fight on the other side of the map.
Yeah, you can see that 1-2 line push of Nomi really unfolding on their defensive side. The 279s just impervious to enemy fire. They just keep pushing on here, and the Chieftains by tens, they will be hard pressed to hold on here, as we do see a fire coming out onto Maciek, but Juggy the Hippo getting focused out, just falling now, and the tanks 4 tens, they have returned from the hill to help their allies in the lower parts of the city. We're gonna have to wait and see how the 50Bs do here, but the 8 line repush by tens going northwards towards their own cap seems to be finding some success, as tens is up 10k HP here at the moment. My goodness, never forget me here in the Chieftain getting focused out at this corner, but he does have friends, he does have Lemmy in the back to back him up, and now the D-line repush here coming in. Pfeiltastenkorn gonna pick up Miku in the 50B, and the HP, they tell the story of the game. 10 still up 2 times the HP that Nomi still has available to them, and yeah, 10s, they just need to make their repushes into the crossfires of Nomi worthwhile now. They need to get the full HP tanks to the front, as you should, and then you just need to go in and finish it off. However, Nomi, they're still not giving up here at the moment. They still seem to be willing to somehow claw back into this game.
There is a big crossfire from Nomi now coming in there, but there is so much HP advantage for tens. They have to risk some HP, same as Nomi had to bleed while they were pushing into the tens guide, but the difference made already is humongous one. Manio is the only surviving guy on Nomi lower side of the map, and everyone else is clustered on upper side toward the garage, and I think they're gonna go to the garage very soon because they're all more or less on 1 or 2 shot mainly. Tens, 8. Okay, 7,000 HP, but Nomi dropping below 2,000 spread between 5 tanks. They're just going out like little candles, man.
Yeah, the wind is blowing out the candles here for Nomi as Tens takes the victory here on their attacking side of Himmelsdorf. They're going to be up 2-1. This means simultaneously that they're putting themselves on a match point in this best of 5. And yeah, wow. I mean, Nomi saw that the hill was being taken by Tens with a lot of tanks, but yeah, and I think this triggered them into the repush of the 1-2 line, but they bled so much for it. Like, at one point it was 20k HP for Tens against 10k for Nomi. You rarely see that.
All right. By this result, we already know Iki is out. We already know Sweetman is out with predictions, so it's only between you and me, man. Lichbear doing amazing 5k damage.
Yeah,
5k
13, 12,
damage.
12. Nice stuff by him. And I think in the prediction game, I actually said the tank with the highest damage is going to have in between 5 and 5.7k. So yeah, looking good for me here so far. Also, nice shooting by 50Bs. With those, you don't want to miss a lot of shots. At least for one of the 50Bs from Tens. Then we see
well, the main thing we need to focus on is like when Nomi actually did that push on the rail. By the numbers, it looked like it makes a lot of sense. Like they were overpowering Tens by far. But apparently Tens put their build and trenches really well. They created a good crossfire. They focused them out. I didn't see that anyone really got blown up or something, so it just looks like regular shooting and covering each other well and running away from some positions on time, by the way, also.
Yes.
So Tens kind of massacred them there way more than Nomi expected. Nomi even ran away from all of the other positions on the map to avoid a fight against a more numerous enemy, and nothing helped them. At the end, they just got chased, and by the time they got finished with that rail fight, they were on double amount of HP below.
Yeah, and here we can see sort of the last repush, the dying seconds of this game. Tens having mustered all of the forces and all of the HP they can still get, and they're going to be just, mopping it up from the north. Here we see double 50B, and that's also crucial, right? Keeping the high amount of HP on the right tank. The fact that the 50Bs at the end still were able to just go in and clip out and just seem impervious to enemy fire because they couldn't be killed because of the amount of HP, that just made it seem so easy for Tens at the end here. And yeah, that was just cleanly played, and then good reactions here by Tens, immediately noticing how to split the tanks on the hill. I don't know if you saw on the minimap, but basically the 50Bs went back north again towards their own cap, and Triple Chieftain was being sent south towards the cap of the enemy, and then they decided then and there what they would do.
Well,
which was repush 8 line.
It worked out for Tens in this game. We're gonna see when the time comes for the next one now. Nomi, if they wanna stay in the tournament. Now, we're going to come back to the teams we said on the start of the tournament. The bottom two teams, which are these by placing from the group stage, they're placed 5th and 6th. Whoever loses this match, which is best of 5, they're out. So, Nomi, if they lose this game, they're out of the tournament, and Tens will proceed to their next match when the time comes. On the other hand, they still have a chance to win this second game on Himmelsdorf maybe and go to the tiebreaker.
Yeah, and I believe so far only attackers won. So if this trend continues, we will see a 2-2 scoreline here. But yeah, we'll have to wait and find out about this. Let me see. Yeah, 25 seconds until the game. And yeah, let's just hope Tens doesn't park the bus in this one. I'm going to be thoroughly against them if they do.
Well, we will see how that goes. So your prediction was 3-1 for Tens, and mine was 3-2. So I need Nomi to win this one, actually.
I need Tens to win this one. So I guess sides have been chosen.
Yeah. At least for this one game. But in any case, it's gonna be always as per usual. Who deserves to win, they will win, and it's just gonna be like that. Nothing else will matter. Better tactics, better gameplay, that's what matters in the tournaments. Now let us see, finally, do we have the proper names where they're supposed to be? Oh yeah, we do. Oh baby, we're in a business now. So Lichbear playing e4. Ooh. But they do have like one CS63 Lemmy. There is no place to flip. Okay, there is one place he can flip here.
Oh no.
But there's going to be a parachute jump if he does that from the castle. And there is 2Bs, bunch of 279. So a bit slower setup here on the 10th side while they are doing their defense so they can afford it. It doesn't look like a park the bus tactics though, so they still have like kind of flexibility with chiefs and Bs and so on.
Yeah, and look
on the other hand,
yeah. Go on.
On the other hand, I was like watching Nomi. They also have a couple of slower tanks like 279, so they don't want to YOLO like they did in the previous game, but they still do have 2 CSs and 1 budget.
Yeah, and the
That's
budget
still very
is
light.
mostly, or 99% of cases from the north, it's going to get sent towards the hill. And indeed, we see this together with the CEST tanks. And a lot of tanks here by Nomi getting committed towards the hill. Meanwhile, take a look at F3-4. There's one chieftain being sent up there, but I think that's a fake here by Nomi. They want to sell the idea to TenZ that it's some sort of, lower side 1-2 commitment, when in fact there is just so many things going towards the hill. And yeah, the 50Bs, obviously, because the Batchat Pan, I guess, is pushed up so far, they can just take the hill for free. They can take the hill with impunity. Now the CSs get spotted, and this should sound the alarm bells here for TenZ that they shouldn't commit in. However, they're still gonna do it. They're going in with their chieftains, and they're getting crossfired here by the mediums now and by the 50Bs on the upper side as well. Pfeiltastenkorn immediately getting picked up here, and the crossfire for Nomi on the hill, who have such a lot of tanks. There is gonna be brutal. Sokol and Miku now both reloading. Also, Prichi Proteza here in the Batchat now dropping down, but the crossfire also with the chieftains on the lower side. It's just gonna melt up the TenZ tanks here on the hill, who are desperately trying to hold on, but I don't think it's happening.
What a messy scene. You can see on top of the hill there, you can't even make out from the names who is who. There is a counter push coming in from Nomi. 5k HP advantage. They're dropping like flies. They're gonna even maybe push down the hill. I mean, Nomi did everything correct. They sent that one aggressive chief in the field to buy some time and as a diversion. Also, he can send some cross shots if needed, while the rest were hardcore pressuring hill. TenZ should have expected this. Actually, seeing 2 CSs and 1 Batchat, they should have expected something like that. The crossing of that first chieftain on the hill was a dead man's walk before it even started. Now we can see a desperate attempt of TenZ. They're trying to pressure the cap with everything they have. There is nothing else they can do to win this game. They don't have the HP, they don't have the numbers, but this is something that might work if Nomi doesn't respond accordingly. Kokospogo is trying to do something about it. Lemmy is trying to keep him in a spot and track him and block him away. But there is the first decap coming in, and the tanks of Nomi will start putting in 4k HP, so it's not a humongous difference. There is still a bunch of guys on different sides of the map. But as long as the decaps are coming in, Nomi is all fine.
Yeah, keep in mind though, at the moment the cap race is going on, but yeah, Nomi now has 10 seconds in front here, and that is going to mean if TenZ doesn't kill enemy tanks while the cap went through, this means that Nomi is going to win this one. However, the HP is starting to sort of equalize, but yeah, as long as the resets are coming in, no one on the Nomi side will have to worry. It's 5 seconds left here for the Nomi team to cap. There's only one tank left in the cap here for TenZ, and the cap does go through for Nomi, and I don't think TenZ are going to be able to kill enough tanks and cap after to keep this game going. So, you might still be correct with your bet. It's going to be 2-2.
It's gonna be 2-2, but now it remains to be seen. Will I be like just a moral winner, or actually Sweetman will take the winning part, because he predicted Nomi to win the all-out match. So it's like me versus him, haha, and Nomi versus TenZ. Okay, I'm shifting my side again. Go TenZ.
All right, here we go. So we do see Lemmy on top
I'm
again.
so loyal, right?
Let's just hope he doesn't flip the next game. And yeah, we do see him 13, 12, 10. But the thing is, basically, it's not about these tanks here at the top for TenZ. It's about these tanks here at the bottom. Those were the chieftains that got sent onto the hill. And you can see, well, they didn't really bounce a lot of shots, but they didn't accomplish anything either. Meanwhile,
I think
here...
Fitas, or I can't even read that name.
This
I
one?
mean, he was the first guy
It's
who walked the... Yeah, good. I love you being German. He was the guy sent on a death march, and he was deleted in 0.3 seconds, man. They're like, I saw entire Nomi team like, okay, boy,
Yeah,
like
happy-
you're showing
happy
us
snacking.
like the side to Batchats and 50Bs, no problem. Thank you for the gift. Cha-ching.
Yeah.
So that didn't work out.
Yeah, the thing is, I didn't like what TenZ did. They saw the Batchat so aggressively, and normally that should make you suspicious, right? There's one chieftain trying to sell a fake on the lower side, and nothing else is happening. TenZ, they should have been more cautious. They shouldn't have lost this much. They should have just, given up the hill and tried to repush 8-line or something.
If they thought there is a fake on upper side of the map where Batchat is, they would still need to see something on the lower side. I mean, they had so many tanks on lower side of the map, And the only thing they saw was that chieftain pushing and maybe one guy covering him in the back. There was no activity on 1-2 line, nothing to follow up, nothing on 8 lines. So I would say that was just like a bad call. That's it. It happens, man. Like in tournaments, you have to make a judgment call within like between 5 and 10 seconds. Yeah. Sometimes you need to make a call within 2 or 3 seconds, to be honest. And if it turns out to be wrong, it's like a big domino effect.
Yeah.
Once you realize you made a mistake, only thing you can just, catch the train and ride on. What happens, happens. That's about that.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we're talking about a lot of the TenS calls at the moment, but I just feel like, it was them making the mistake. The tactic that Nomi employed, it just countered completely what TenS was doing. And it
Nomi
just
did aggressive play, same as in the previous game. In previous game, TenS response was better. They had like better positions and everything. Here they just like flew into the enemy and paid the price.
Yep, and you know how it goes, sometimes you lose and sometimes the enemy team wins. But yeah, community predictions, the community with its hive mind apparently seems to be more intelligent than all of us because, it's split almost half and half. I mean, slight advantage to TenS, but then again, Nomi 44%. And going into the next game, it couldn't be more dramatic because the loser of it is going to get eliminated from the tournament. We just have to determine if it's going to be the German team of TenS or the Polish team of Nomi. And we do see it's going to take place on Live Oaks. And now I am very, very intrigued.
I think Nomi should pick the side, to be honest.
Yeah, so far we only saw attacking victories.
I think this was the fastest game. This one.
Yeah, that or the other one on Himmels. I don't think it's
another
Cliffs.
Himmel?
Let me check real quick.
Cliffs are not for sure. They were slower.
Okay.
So it has to be one of these Himmel games. So let's see. This ended by capping and fighting on a hill. The previous one was like big push.
Okay.
Actually, it might be
the
the
one
previous
where
one.
TenS one was 3 minutes 38 seconds. The one where Nomi one was 3 minutes and 28 seconds. So actually only 10 seconds difference here.
All right, so Nomi will pick a side. I guess they will be defending on Live Oaks. I mean, it makes no sense whatsoever. Actually, the other side on Live Oaks, I prefer it. I don't know. What will they pick, man?
I guess we find out once we get there. But yeah, Live Oaks, obviously a map thoroughly different to both Cliff and Himmelsdorf, simply because it is, first of all, bigger. And it does have a lot of bush play. Yeah, it does have a city in the northwest, but most of it is going to be hull-down fights and fights for spots. And indeed, the lineups are reflecting this. TenS is coming in with an artillery, double EBR, double 907, one Leo 1, and the rest is just chieftains. Meanwhile, Nomi Mojo?
Nomi playing with double RT and the 279, double EBR, couple of 907s and bunch of chiefs. Humma. What to make of this? I really need to see who is playing from which side, because that double RT can be very easily
normally
defensive.
It should be Nomi defending. The Manticore suggests this because, from the defensive side you have the possibility to send our British light tank there with like CVS and possibly even binoculars into one of the bushes in the swamp in the middle. And that just gives you so much info. And indeed, TenS seem to be acknowledging this. They are sending some chieftains towards the northern side to hold defensively Leo at the house, of course, and a lot of tanks down the 0 line here.
Yeah, they're judging that enemy will actually not come on a lower side, but it's a bold statement, because if you send so many chiefs against double RT and they get pinned there, you can get farmed before you reason. But Miku is paying the price, bro! Ooh. There is one RT from TenS plus Lemmy shot him with his EBR, and Miku is on 100 HP from the very bloody start, which leaves only one passive spotter, Sokol, and you don't need to be really an engineer to realize that Sokol will be on other side of the rail. That's kind of a standard spot for Manticore on this map when you are defending, because those positions give you knowledge what is going on below your base if you lose that kind of spot, and you can see some kind of enemy rotations.
We do still see that some of the 907s here, or rather 1279, 1907 is still at the house for Nomi. They're trying to snipe here. Obviously the 907 better suited simply because it does have APCR available. And I think TenS, they have achieved what they wanted to in the south. They have established positions. That's why we're seeing a rotation coming out by TenS now here. They're sending the chieftains back up north. They're probably going to take some sort of city control. But yeah, time is ticking, and Live Oaks is sort of a slow map if you don't immediately rush at the start. So yeah, I'm still waiting to see sort of a game plan for.
It's actually
for
a good
Tens.
rotation coming in from Tens here because it's a suicide push if you just push from the lower side into the crossfire that Nomi made. So the call they made now is good. Also, I can say that Nomi has no targets for those two artists. I've just seen them blind shoot while the tanks of Tens were rotating. So that tells us a lot. That tells us that that Manticore and that EBR on one shot are seeing no one. So they don't actually know what's going on. Maybe an Arctic can make a judgment call if they see some broken obstacles now when Tens drive, like what's actually happening. Also, by nothing happening on lower K line, they should be aware of that, but they're not certain. They're not sure. So we will need to see how will this spread up all over the place defense of Nomi actually work against the concentrated push of Tens that will come. They will try to go and pincer them from the side and from frontal from the city. And Tens guys, Nomi guys are actually quite spread out. I'm not really sure they can handle it.
Yeah, the thing is they are spread out, but if they decide to repush south, they're going to find success with it because they just have 2 enemies there from the side of Tens. That
I agree with
to
that,
hold
but
and push.
they still need to do enough damage on upper side without losing. If they lose all of those tanks on upper side, it doesn't matter if they kill that chief and medium. Also, don't forget one thing. That chieftain on lower side will never fight to the death. He will just rotate on other side of the rail where his friends can cover him.
Yeah, but he can also be shot there by the 907 and 279.
Not if there is a push. Not if there is a push, because those 907s will be the first of the targets.
Yeah, it's always it's all like ifs and whens here at the moment. So we're gonna have to see first of all if Tens decide to push through the city, and them being all spotted here, that's probably gonna force them to commit in because you know, those tanks are never gonna leave again without getting spotted and taking shots for it yet again. So Tens sort of maneuvering themselves in a position where they can need to commit in whether they want to or not, and the Nomi defense towards the north, I like it. It's multi-layered, it does have Kepa in the chieftain there in the hole. You need to commit a lot of stuff to to take him out, and at the same time keep in mind Nomi has the double RT, so over time they're gonna trade better on the spots.
Yeah, if they get stopped, if Tens get stopped, they will be in a problem. What I was talking about, the chief, he can always just like rotate a little here, like on lower side of the map, and he can always stay here, even create a crossfire with his own team.
Lemmy in the middle in the EBR, he's spotted here for the side of Tens, and he's trying to find the Manticore possibly, but the Manticore, he's nowhere to be seen because he's on a completely different part of the map. He goes down for this one, and that removes one more asset, one more option here for Tens to even retaliate, and now we do see Tens here with the all-out push. This is everything they have left, this is all the options, but it was to be expected, and Nomi, they're so well set up for it. Yes, Kepa is gonna die, but there are so many chieftains behind it. Actually, they're sending them back towards the hole. They want to make this defense even more drawn out, it seems like.
Yep, they are trying to buy a lot of time because they are outnumbered on the upper side of the map. They have chieftains in a hole who will try to cover Karol and the rest of the guys there in a cooldown to make as much damage to the approaching enemy and buy time for that Arctic. 4.5 minutes. 4.5 minutes remaining, man. The time will be a crucial factor here. 22,000 HP for Tens, 20 for Nomi. That's quite close. 2 tanks down for each side. But I would say at the moment, Nomi is doing a decent job.
Yeah, Nomi is doing a decent job, and they still have the double RT in the background working for them. Meanwhile, though, the south repush is coming in. The chieftain, as you predicted, went to the outer side, but the 907 and the 279 here at the house, they can still do something against him. You do see Leechbear, it is actually, in the chieftain taking a lot of shots, and Pfeiltastenkorn here does get deleted in the 907. Never forget me in the chieftain there, the next one to take up his place, but meanwhile Tens is coming in with a 2-line repush. There is a lot of chieftains, they're finding success, but Daniel Fugo gets dropped as well, and Karol here now also down to a 2-shot in the open. All of the chieftains by Tens here in the open though as well. Karol is dropping here, and Aaron Broody, Katja and Fabi, they're trying to commit in onto Mitchuk and Mickey, but those two are still meaty. They have such a lot of HP.
Yeah, but Ichuk needs to die here so the guys from Tens can actually do something. So there is one Arty. They need to do really good crossfire. And Broody survives on 13 HP. That's kind of important. But Mickey has 2k, so they need to kill Mickey. Jagi is the only one with HP in that hole, so that's like a death struggle. They're ignoring the Arty, as you can see, because he is the least important here. But they need to use every possible reload also. HP still on the wire, man, same. It's coming really, 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 really close between these two.
Yeah, Juggy and Katya trying to do everything they can against Mickey. Mickey, though, able to pick up Katya. Meanwhile, the EBR Alexandros killing the 279, but Parofus Rufus still has a lot of HP, and the struggle in the southeast, it seems to be going Nomi's way from the way I can judge it on the minimap. Juggy here, able to pick up the Chieftain here in the hole, but it's going to be Shitty Pan, whatever he's called, in the 907, still full HP. He does have the HP, he does have the DPM to kill off Juggy. Will he, though, with the next shot? Indeed, he does. Not missing a heartbeat here, and now it might be all over for TenZ as they still have more HP, but they are attacking actually, and they do have an artillery not contributing towards the HP pool. There is the EBR spotted here, Parofus Rufus by Nomi, but only 2 minutes and 30 left on the clock. Double EBR left for Nomi, and they can just run away if they want to.
Yeah, it's a big problem here actually for TenZ, because there is double EBR for Nomi. They can spot the cap effectively. They can create some kind of crossfire, while TenZ have like one EBR, Leopard, and the Chief and Artie. Artie needs some time to actually make it work. Unless there is some big one-shot coming in, that's not gonna happen. So a decent defense by Nomi here, close HP. Let's see what will actually TenZ to do toward the end. Oh my god, the Sweeten will be right. Magnus is gonna have to do something with his Leo, not protect his base. It's only 2 minutes. He needs to join forces and go for attack. Like what he's doing at the moment will not help.
Yeah, and I like what Nomi is doing here. They're putting the EBR together with the 907 in this hole here. They're sending the EBR to spot, and that should enable their allies that are not in this hole to basically cover them. If the enemies approach, they have to cover a lot of open ground, and yeah, they can make them just bleed so much until the hole cannot be taken out anymore. TenZ, they're now sending the Leo finally into the game, still almost full HP here, probably rammed someone, but yeah, 1 minute and 20 on the clock, and it's gonna come down to the wire here. For the German team of TenZ, they're sending up Alexandros in the EBR. I like the setup, by the way, with the CBS. He does find the enemy EBR. He does even manage to pick him up. He does also find a Chieftain. So a good angle here found for the Germans, but 1 minute and 3 seconds. Marcel now taking
good connection on Marcel
nice
by Never Forget Me. Now Artie, if they manage to take out Marcel, nice connection by Alexandros. Nice connection. Artie actually shoots the corpse, so that's a good thing for Nomi. Artie will have only one more shell left in the game. Alexandros doing his best, pressuring in here to make sure there is like a spot here. Leopard going full speed YOLO behind him. Maciek behind the building here, trying to survive by recovered by...
Oh, he does get completely
and
deleted.
He dies! Actually, the dice is rolled again, and Nomi is in deep freaking trouble. Now Never Forget Me in his Chieftain dies. That leaves EBR running away on the other side, and Panproteza in the hole.
Alexandros missing the shot on Parofus Rufus, who's just gonna keep running now with 20 seconds on the clock, and the 907, it still has a lot of HP. This is looking pretty good for Nomi here. The 907 takes one more shot by the EBR, but the problem is the time is the crucial factor here, the crucial issue. Only 8 seconds remaining. The 907 so far not being able to pick up the EBR, but the problem is Parofus Rufus in his EBR. He's gonna be just, you know, anywhere but not where the enemy tanks are. The 907 does get deleted, but Parofus Rufus still holding up the white and red Polish flag.
Oh my god.
And he does get it.
Nomi's second time in a tournament, running away with EBR for the victory. That's it. Like, I think like this Leopard being 20-30 seconds away from the fight at the end costed them the game, man. Literally couple of seconds earlier, so they could catch them and, you know, be together as a group would be way better. Alexandros did a monster job here in his EBR.
Yeah.
He survived everything. He did damage. Like, he was like an octopus all over the place. It was just not enough. It was just not enough.
And we do see the Manticore didn't get a lot of impact onto the game here. He didn't even spot a lot of things. He just took a lot of hits. But I guess he stalled out the enemy for long enough, and he also baited one of the enemy EBRs into basically suiciding. And that's what also... It was just about, you know, running down the time here for Nomi, and they did so. And in the end, they did take the win for it.
Yeah, having Manticore in a team, you know, it's like when you play against ELC in the randoms. You know the little bugger is somewhere, and you know it's like super hard to spot him. And you're kind of scared to make proper moves so you don't get deleted by sniping because, you know, he's lurking somewhere in those bushes. But this time, like, it didn't make a big impact because there was a huge push on the other side by TenZ. I actually thought TenZ will make it happen. Like, I thought, like, when they were gathering for upper push, they will actually overwhelm Nomi, but Nomi, first time during these 4 or 5 games, actually pulled back on time and made a crossfire and managed to hold them enough. I don't think their artists had a huge impact of Nomi. They really didn't. It was more like a crossfire between guys. I mean, look, Pan Proteza, man. Like, he lived till the end and he did 5k damage with a 907 medium in a game full of mediums, of chieftains and so on. Like, that's impressive.
Yeah. GG, Pan Proteza, they're coming in with a nice performance, and still in the prediction game, I am still right. No one did over 5.7k yet. So at least that I've got that one going for me. We're trying to sort of some minor technical difficulties in the background, but that should be done soon. And yeah, now that we see each other, I guess we're gonna say probably soon goodbye to each other, at least for a little while, because I think after
Hello,
5
Key.
games...
Love you, Ty.
Thank you. I should probably make it, I'm gonna fix it in the break. Anyway, I think we should be ready to hand over to the beautiful duo that is Ikibu and Svitman at the analyst desk, and after a best of 5, I think they're...
Hello and welcome back. Well, that was a close game, very close. I'd like to say congrats to us because we got it right. Maybe the scores were a little bit off, but we predicted who it was that was going to win correctly. So tiddly ner. But thank you, Ki and Mojo. We are aware of a couple of technical issues, guys. We are fixing them as and when we go, especially with YouTube in particular. We're trying to work on it as it's happening. So yeah, I know you got the right prediction there. But did you think it was going to be that close?
Yeah, the games were very, very interesting to see. The strategies on Cliffs and on Himmelsdorf were kind of a surprise because they were so aggressive. The push on Cliffs and the push on Himmelsdorf was not really expected when there is basically everything on the line.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a great game to watch. And I'm looking forward to seeing the replays.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I know as we're fixing these technical problems on there, I have to buy a little bit of time. So I'm going to waffle on about all the cool things. Like, thank you very much to Cooler Master for providing the prizes, not only on the Gleam link, which you can check in chat repeatedly, that you too can also win, as well as a bonus code and an awesome hoodie, which I have hung up over there. It's one of the best hoodies I own, if I don't mind saying, because it's awesome. We also want to thank Cooler Master for providing the prizes for the players as well, who will be able to earn some nice peripherals, keyboard, mouse mat, and a headset, as well as cash money. We also have it from there. So I do believe the replays are ready for you, Svitman, for you to go through.
Mm-hmm. So, in the Cliff game, this is the late game. We are seeing where Nomi were a little bit too static with their chiefs, because on Cliffs, the chief is not really the meta, because the 277 is so much faster. So we saw Tents bring a lot of 277s and then repush the D-line towards the donut. And Nomi was kind of stuck with their chieftains in the middle, so Tents were able to clear the rest of the map and then just kill the chieftains with their number advantage in the middle. And then in the game 2, we are seeing the big repush on the base of Tents, where there is the Lich Bear in the 279. But unfortunately for Nomi, the 279 wasn't lasting as long as they expected.
Mm-hmm.
But in the end, the mistake that cost them the game previously, having a lot of chieftains stuck in the middle, was very beneficial for them, because the chieftains were had a lot of HP in the late game, and they were just able to clean up all the tanks that were pushing into them. So now we see in the Himmelsdorf game, where Nomi pushed into the Himmelsdorf 1-2 line, but Tents set up a trap there, and the price for Nomi pushing the trap was too expensive. So they ended up with basically no HP at all to the late game fight. And now we are just seeing the cleanup from Tents when they went back from the hill and clean up the remaining tanks. Overall, the Himmelsdorf was a great setup for on tanks because Nomi didn't know how many tanks were hiding in the 1-2 line, and in the end it was basically the perfect number of tanks for tents, so it took just long enough for them to clear it. And in the second half of the game, we are seeing the favorite cap race, where both of the teams have a large number of tanks on cap, and they are trying to defend. But because of the really strong hill play from Team Nomi, they had a lot of HP extra and some tanks extra, so they were able to win the cap race very comfortably.
Okay. Yeah, I know the next replay is coming up on here. Do you agree with Mojo and Kihan's assessment on the Leopard 1 placement?
Yeah, the Leopard is usually a very static tank, just because it doesn't have any armor, and the DPM is not amazing, but the gun is very accurate, so he can deal the damage from the distance. But that was the issue in the game. He was a little bit too passive, and we see that he's basic on full hit points, -1 like a little ram or a splash from Arty. And he didn't use his hit points. That's why you take Leopard instead of STRV, just because the Leopard can move and clean up the tanks in the late game, but they didn't use the Leopard early enough. So if the Leo was, like Key and Mojo agreed, if you were to use the Leo sooner, he could have used his hit points and maybe even catch Parafus Rufus with his EBR, and the game could have been won by tens. But in the end, Nome were able to run down the time and win the game.
Run away! Run away! I didn't see the pancake first game on there, where we saw somebody do a little barrel roll and get rescued by the teammates. But that was, I imagine, a highlight for a fair few people on there. I'm not sure that's what you're... The best way you want to start off the first game in a tournament is landing upside down on a cliff. Yeah, so I'm sure he's going to get a little bit of flack for that one. Were there any standout moments in those last games for you?
There really weren't any epic plays I would highlight. There is like a lot of damage being done by certain players, but it wasn't really that he did like super amazing job. It was just good positioning and good shooting, which is expected from players on this level. But one of the really good plays was from Alexandros with EBR, that he was able to clear out enemy EBR in the start, where he did the spotting and he did damage, then cleaning egg with a Chieftain, cleaning egg with Nano 7. He did a really amazing job. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, and he was still got defeated, but it was like one of the standout plays.
Okay. So what are you expecting out of the next game? Which will be, and I've forgotten already, Fame versus Raid.
Yeah, it's going to be Fame against Raid, and let me quickly look what the maps are being played. We are going to see Cliff and Ensk. I'm looking forward to seeing Ensk, because that's one of the maps we are not seeing that often, and it's pretty interesting with the rotations and with the rail play. But in the end, I think Fame is going to take this one, just because of their history and their strong performance in the group stage and qualifiers, which they managed to be the seed number 1.
Okay, so I do see here that you're going 4-2 for Fame, whereas I went 4-2 for Raid. So we're curious to see how that one will go. And just before we pass over back to the casters, thank you very much for your awesome analysis and replay annotation there. I want to remind everybody to make sure you enter into the Gleam link for the giveaways. Join the Cooler Master Discord for another giveaway on there. Make sure you follow the instructions for the Twitch drops. And otherwise, keep watching, stay tuned. And Keyhand and Mojo, the awesome duo, will take you through Fame versus Raid.
Thanks a lot for the analysis, Svit. Yeah, as we already mentioned, we're in for a cracker of a game number 2. It's gonna be the finalists of one of the past tournaments, I think 2 tournaments ago, or 3 even, duking it out. It's gonna be Fame against GX Raid. And yeah, 2 big names clashing here. Fame, the international team here. Obviously, a lot of known names, but someone's missing. Daki coming in as the team captain, but the French mastermind, he seems to be missing, Mojo.
Yeah, there is no Le Baguette here. Insane is not playing. We will see how will it impact Fame in this tournament here. Also, last tournament that Fame won was 7 versus 7, so different format. And it doesn't impact this kind of 15 on 15 gameplay. The last 15 on 15 tournament Fame won was last year. So that was quite some time ago, I would say. On the other hand, Raid actually within last year won 2 tournaments. Even the last one, when they came from a pretty much dire situation where they played the final against Invil, losing 3-1 and turning it over to 4-3. So by now, Raid can be definitely called very experienced team with pedigree on 15 on 15 format, and guys who should know more than well what are they doing.
Yeah, indeed. And we can see the roster for Raid, it hasn't really changed a lot. Smiley coming in as team captains, and a lot of known names there as well. Old Kings, obviously. Alka, the Swiss guy. Destroyer, Benzo. Bunze, the Canadian, but I think he has dual citizenship. Magical, also one of those disgusting artillery players there. I mean this as a compliment. And yeah, Ricochet, Rerolls, Magnesium, Osmium, YOLO Extremist. I mean, yeah, just through the board, known guys for both teams here, so I can't wait to see how it's going to play out. We do see the community predictions very, very much in favor of the Killzor, it seems, not Fame.
Sorry, it's Team the Killzor. Wow.
But yeah, I do.
I'm sure everyone in Fame is thrilled about this, like totally.
But yeah, I do have to say I went with my prediction 4-2 for Fame as well. And yeah, simply
well,
because
I guess
also,
I'm on a 14% person.
Yeah, I mean they met in the group stage already, and Fame took the dub there. So I'm just going with what I have already seen, what I already know, and yeah. All that being said, I want to expand a little on what Svitman said, as we do see the pick and bans coming up. Obviously, Mully, I think that's Fame's permaban here. Sand River GX played it a lot in group stage, and let's just say they had some like room for improvement there. And yeah, then Cliff coming through Ensk, that's going to be a very, very curious map. For Ensk, it's very important to mention the sides have been swapped, as we do see now the lineups coming out for yeah, for the first game here. I think, yeah, the clans are once again switched, so it's gonna be on the left is Raid here coming in with a TVP, an STB, a 907, 6 CS tanks, double Chieftain, and 4 277s. Meanwhile, Fame.
I'm gonna tell you one fun fact. On most of the tournaments, Raid is always attacking on every map, and we're watching best of 7 here because every game in upper bracket, including final, will be best of 7, lower bracket is best of 5. Fame is playing with one Leopard because they are playing the defense. They have Nile on it. Nile is exceptional sniper and damage dealer, so that's a good person to play. Camille, Duck of Death, Rishek, Ilian, and a couple of heavies are playing the lower side. They're already colliding with a couple of CSs from Raid. It does look like these guys will just fall for free. There is not an immediate reaction coming in from upper side of the Raid. They are going to fall. Ricochet is only left on one shot here, and he falls as we are speaking now. Now there is a cooldown tanks coming in from Raid, but Fame is already pushing the center. Shockish and Consume taking the center with STBs. Hillary, Reaction, Ducky, Mary are crossing over, just leaving firing to keep some kind of an anchor behind them. So quick reaction coming in from Fame. HP rather similar, but I would say slightly better positions here for Fame.
Yeah, they are basically mirroring each other here. Fame and Raid respectively have sent 277s towards the donut, but it seems like Fame has the better hold-down positions here at the moment. There is some tanks here caught out by Raid in the EF line on the side of the donut. Smiley being one of them goes down now, and the guns here, they are so far in favor of Fame. It's one gun up, but the problem is there is a lot of tanks that they're pushing into with 907s. They don't want to do these peaks really here at the moment. They're peeking into higher alpha tanks. We can see Carmelita now making sure on the lower side that no one is going to flank them, and at the moment it seems like Fame has the upper hand at the donut, but Raid, they do have one Chieftain in the middle, and that one is doing work against the STBs.
This is actually quite surprising. Like, by the positioning, Fame should be even more up than they are now, but there is like about 1 KHP and 1 tank advantage for them at the moment. Raid managed to slow them down, and now it will come to effect like who is actually more skillful team. There is a couple of guys on very low HP for Raid, so that's a problem for them. Like Hans is only on one shot, and Osmium is on 500, Beryllium is also on 500, while Fame has only Mary on 100 HP.
Look at the minimap. Niall is getting sent up in the Leo. He's going to find the CS, but the problem for him is that there is one more CS on the hill, so it's going to be 2 guns against 1, and the Leo, it's not known to have a lot of armor nor HP here. Niall dropping down to 2-shot while Alka's still on 1200 HP, and Niall is going to get annihilated here out of the game. That is one position, one crossfire removed, and this should spark a reaction from the team in purple. Indeed, Farin and Consume, they're getting sent through towards the middle. Meanwhile, the repush on the donut is rolling here for Fame. Farin picks up Hannes. There is a lot of kills going in favor of Fame at the moment, but the HP, they are still equal, and it's the Fame tanks pushing into entrenched German tanks by Raid.
God, rerolls!
Oi, oi, oi. Old Kings finally also getting picked up. Meanwhile, Consume in the middle, falling in the STP. A Raid now, they can overpush the middle. The crossfire by the Leopard 1 seems to be gone, and the repush is coming in for Fame now, but they're pushing into crossfire. There's still a Chieftain by Raid holding the D6 position.
That's what the lemming train man here coming in. Fame knew as soon as Niall died they had to do something before they get squashed from multiple sides by Raid. So that was the best reaction they could. Actually took control of the center now. So Raid is left with a way less number of tanks and split all over the maps. And Fame is in the center, so they can choose to send tanks and actually force out the plays and take them out one by one. Alka on his CS dies on the other side of the map, leaving only a triangle of Raid. Now make it a duo very soon, because Daddy Bunze and Timmy are the last guys remaining. Oh my god, I'm gonna get an epileptic attack from this camera. So there is a bunch of Fame tanks. No matter they're such a low HP, they can still just push, lose 1 or 2 guys, but still take out the enemies. So really good reaction coming in from Fame here. I would say by few seconds faster than Raid in every moment of this map, and that actually brings them the first victory.
Yeah, Feli here, you can see he saved his HP for the end game. He's going to go in and put the flank onto Bunze here, who is trying to hold on, but he does get almost stuck behind the 2 stones. But yeah, he's the last guy for his team here at the moment, and there is just so many Fame tanks still remaining. Just good shielding, good keeping your allies alive here by the team in purple. And we do see Team Ducky or Team Fame, whatever you want to call it, go up 1-0 against the Germans, or mostly Germans, by GX Raid. But yeah, this is a best of 7. This is not a best of 5, because we are at the moment in the upper bracket. So yeah, nothing too much to worry about so far for Raid. They're gonna be biting their nails a bit though, because if they had been that little bit faster, as you mentioned, yeah, they could have very well taken this game, in my opinion.
But we can also say one thing about Raid. Although they are always attacking, and I've seen multiple matches with them where they are losing and then they come back into the match. So they overcame that a while ago, the moment when they, some teams just when they're losing a lot, they just kind of lose motivation and throw it away. The team grows up in terms of playing tournaments when they are coming back from defeat. Nice play by tanks from Fame. I mean, amazing damage on those mediums like Feli, Duck of Death, Camille, and Joseph Kondra. Like they almost have identical damage, those two.
Yeah, indeed. You do see Shockish here coming out without even a shot done. He just has penetrations done onto him.
That's quite strange. He was like, I remember he was on a slope together with the other STB, which is Consume, but Shockish died without firing a shell.
Yeah, that is sort of weird, and obviously Feli, the German superstar, coming out on top, 4.7k damage, so nice showing by him. He was also able to conserve his HP.
How many shots did Shockish receive? Did he like burn or blown
he
blown
received
up?
6
shells.
I don't think he burned, no.
What?
That is weird stuff coming out by Shockish, yeah?
We're just gonna casually point it out there,
Yeah.
A former Golding player. He's gonna do better in the next game. He's gonna do better in the next game. Anyways, like first victory for Fame, so all good for your predictions. We will see how will it happen now, and what will Smiley and his gang of Z Germans do in the next ones. Good counter push here by Fame. They knew it's gonna be bloody, but they were not gonna wait and get killed by CS in the back. So as soon as there was that kind of reaction, I mean, losing Niall like that was, I think, like bad timing pretty much.
But
but it still gave them some info.
Yeah,
yes, it gave them some info.
He did the key hand move. He traded HP for info, even his life for info, but I don't think it was a bad thing because you could see the Fame tanks were set up to repush, and they knew that 2 CSs were going to be out of the game, the one on the hill and Alka in the north. So they completely capitalized on that. And yeah, the repush, it was done with conviction, right? They went through, they saw they were going to get crossfired, so they immediately decided, we just go that way. That's the path of least resistance where we pick up the most kills. So yeah, good stuff.
So key hand mode. Always look at the bright side of the life, Key. I agree on that. I respect that. Anyways, so far so good. Shot calls were okay. Like the speed of movements of Fame was okay. And we need to see now how will the team handle if the game gets, as example, a bit trenched up, prolonged, a lot of one-on-ones and so on. Like Fame usually excels on that, but we haven't seen them play without Insane in a very long time on a big tournament like this. So as we said, Ducky has been preparing to lead Fame again for a while now. So we'll see how will that reflect them on this one. Anyways, the sides are switched now. We will watch Fame in their attack on Cliff. As we said, it doesn't really matter that much.
And
one Artie, Luna coming in, and Magical coming on raid side playing Artie. Is it the debut of that guy? I haven't seen him before.
I think he played the last tournaments as well in Artie. And talking about Artie is ever so crucial on Cliff, not only because it can pick up those pesky one-shots in, normally unreachable positions, but you also get so much info because the Artie, he's just going to scout for all those fences being broken. So both of the team captains are going to have a fair amount of information what's going on. Rishek now in the EBR, he's in the middle. He does get one spot onto Kalium and a lot of spots onto the 277s and the STBs. Double CS here crossing over to the donut by both sides, but Fame has not really committed anyone to the 1-2 line. There is one 907 in C2 that should run away momentarily, and now we do see the push unfolding here for Fame. They're splitting their forces, basically sending a lot of mediums over to the donut and a lot of 277s here to the lower side. Damage being traded back and forth, and so far I cannot make out a clear winner here, but it's gonna be both sides not willing to give up an inch. They both need the hold downs with their respective heavy tanks, and we can just see the brawl coming in now.
There is a big brawl coming here on the edge. This is a do or die moment for them. There is a parallel push from Fame coming here on the lower side of the map. As you can see, playing the cooldown against Alka and Osmium. But there is a brawl pretty much everywhere on the map. The only guy keeping it out of it is maybe an EBR from Fame. HP wise, we can already see they're the same. Raid has a slight advantage, and you have a big advantage of yellow dots on the center of the map, which is pretty much crucial, because if Fame just wins the lower side, it will not matter much. Shockish, Fairly are trying to hold off, but Kalium is above them, and there is so many tanks playing cooldown against them. Now what a move! Kalium is gonna jump down. Will it matter? Will he actually make to push them out of their cover? He manages to do that, but he will fall. And if there is not a follow-up, there is Aladdin is jumping down, so there is now Fame won the lower side of the map, but Raid is certainly controlling the center. EBR from Fame is gonna try to take out the Artie. He's jumping down and going on K1 line. So Fame is trying to buy every possible second to maybe make that Luna satellite bomb them better. Rerolls is jumping on Duck of Death. Daddy Bunze and Timmy are pushing on the remaining of Fame tanks, but the HP doesn't really look good for them.
Yeah, the HP not looking good for Fame at the moment, as Rerolls does take one more shot into Duck of Death before dying, but you can see the Raid tanks, they are set up to repush here. The Donut and Aladdin in the back with the Chieftain still very, very healthy. If he decides to join, then he could come in handily. Meanwhile, though, on the other side of the map, Rishek has picked up the artillery, so the Magical, he's gone for Raid. So if Fame can stall this one out, they have good chances of winning, even though they are 700 HP behind. Osmium taking another shot by Consume, but it is going to be Aladdin now leading the push here, and now the Fame tanks, they basically need to turn around. They need to face this push. Osmium does get picked up from the base by Rishek, but the push is coming in now. Consume dropped down to a one-shot, needs to be careful, and HP just being traded back and forth here. Aladdin getting killed by Consume once again on a one-shot here. He's just doing the work right now. He does finally get picked up. The positions, they have switched, however. It's Hillary and Dragos on the upper side here. Hillary missing one shot, needs to be careful on the one-shot, and you can see the Chieftain, he's just aiming for him. He wants to get this kill, but he doesn't. Oh, he does get it, but Dragos is going to be able to pick up the Chieftain in return, and it's going to be a 4v2 situations, but one of them is an artillery Baron now. now in the STB, trying to hunt down Duck of Death in his position here, trying to find out the arty possibly, but I think Luna is not going to make the mistake, and the tank here right now for Fame that needs to do it is Rishek in the 1k HP EBR. Baron taking one more by Duck before he finally goes down, and now we have 2 one-shots. Make that one for Raid and Fame. Whew, how are they doing this?
Man, that push by Rishek, and actually both shots on the Chieftain in the side was done by him from the base, not by Consume. Like, that was amazing. Also, such a throw by Raid in that push. Consume surviving on 100 HP, baiting them down, and they falling, like Timmy just falling in a crossfire between the Fame guys. Amazing. Like, this came down to the wire, and Fame actually took the upper hand in really crucial moments. Like, Raid had it under control there, and at the end, they kind of just threw it away.
Yeah, also you have to say clutch plays by Consume, picking up 2 kills on a one-shot and making enemy tanks YOLO him when they probably didn't really want to. And yeah, we do see...
Not only him, Rizek in
yeah,
EBR, mate. Like, he did EBR really well, jumping down, taking out Arty, and then sniping them from that pesky position in the base, in a side, so while they were trying to push Consume in a guys. So that was actually a really crucial part. They would survive. Like, one shot of damage might have decided that battle. In that very spot.
Yeah,
one
imagine
shot.
One of the tanks gets set up on fire on a 2-shot, basically. That's one gun gone, and then suddenly the kills don't happen, and then Fame would probably lose. Reaction here coming in from the bench, probably going to the bench yet again. 0 damage for him. Kamil, yeah, 2 shots done. But yeah, it's all about the players at the top here, the ones that were alive until the end. Yeah, it was just Rishek here with the wonderful plays in the EBR, then Feli there, good damage even though they got overpushed. But yeah, I think Consume just overall very well played, and also Duck of Death, he was in the CS tucked behind that stone. He made a lot of his shots count. Yeah, he didn't miss a single one, so good stuff.
Yeah, it's not only that, Duck had really, even the previous game, he was like one of the top damage dealers, so very constant play on this tournament so far. And I'm really glad for that. That's also one of the old Gold League players we are talking about, but most of the same team is, so whatever, man. Like, where you throw a rock at that team, like 3/4 of those guys actually play the Gold League. Anyways, 2-0 for Fame here. Now we need to see kind of a big comeback for Raid if they want to stay in the upper bracket group. If not, they're just going to still fall on a lower one. So it's wouldn't be the end for them. And it wouldn't be an unusual like situation for them, because the last tournament they did win also from the lower bracket. Anyways, next map we will be watching is Ensk. And as Key said, we have the map spawns replaced there. So the usual defending cap, the upper one, will be actually on a lower side of the map. That is done on a couple of maps because of the balance. So you would make it more playable, so people should and would play more aggressive and wouldn't be prone to camping or some things like that. So that's done on Ensk, and that's done on Malinovka, and then that's done on Sand River. We've seen it on previous tournaments, guys, if you were following, so you should know what we are talking about. And this is like first crucial parts of the moment, when Raid and Fame were brawling out for supremacy, and actually Raid was doing better here, and this is where they kind of went out on the top.
Yeah, Raid just took complete control. They went into the driver's seat almost from the start here. They just had more tanks in better positions in the middle of the map, the 277s and the Chieftains just doing beautiful work. But I think then suddenly the problems started for Raid, because they weren't able to clean up the pocket of Shokish and Feli early enough. And now this where really the clutch plays that came to show. Rishek has just cleaned up basically the artillery, so Raid need to make a move, and they're doing almost everything right. They're sending the high HP tanks first, but Rishek does get a clutch shot in here. And now look at Consume. He's the one shot. He's gonna put in basically one more shot into Aladdin. I think he got burned, so very, very unlucky for Raid here. And now Timmy, yes, he does get the pickup, but the Chieftain has such a long reload, 8 seconds compared to 5 or 6 for to 5 for the 907s, and the 907s, they can just play peekaboo now with the Chieftain. 1 against 2, it's not fair when you look at it that way. And yeah, I think unlucky RNG with the fire, I think that was, so Consume was able to stay alive 1 more shot, and clutch plays.
Don't forget that Osmium lost 2 shots to EBR before that. Like, that's something, if you realize that there will be 1 tank with 800 HP more in this push,
it would succeed.
They would succeed, because these guys were both on 200 HP. They would not survive. They would not survive, and this would be Raid's game. But shoulda, woulda, coulda. it ended up as Fame's game. Rishek did his job in his EBR and turned the game around. Also, I'm going to mention there was one moment where you can not talk about the team moves, but the personal move. You saw that Rerolls jumped on Duck of Death in his 277, and he kind of got stuck there and died.
Yeah,
he was very confident that he will actually finish him off, but the gamble didn't pay off, and they also lost the tank there for no reason whatsoever. So a little bits of there here, little bits of there, and ended up. Anyways, Ensk, we are watching now. Chieftains on the right side, very intelligent tactics, let's go.
I mean, chieftains on both sides, 13 of them,
Yeah.
and then we do have double E4 coming in for Fame, meanwhile double E3, I believe, for Raid. And I think both teams are sort of committing towards the green. I see that a lot when basically teams are playing Ensk. They don't really pay a lot of attention towards the city, they just go field, and yeah, Raid has done this already in the qualifications, or rather group stage, where they sent a lot of chieftains to the upside. They want to win this position for sure. The question here is, are they going to do it? They took a decisive win against, I think, Invil in the groups by doing this, because basically Invil didn't have enough tanks there, but Timmy immediately gets eliminated here by the tanks from Fame that were all hull down and waiting. However, it's just going to be an all-out brawl. Dragos, the next one to fall here for the side of Fame, and now it's just going to be about this zero-line engagement here, and so far it seems to be going unjudgeable, I would say. Both teams very, very close HP, but I think Raid has more tanks here on the zero line. They keep pushing on. Meanwhile, Fame with the repush through the 5 line in the city, and the pocket by Fame tanks here, it's only going to be Elian and Hillary, but there is so many Raid tanks over pushing them. They are getting sort of cleaned up now. Elian on so much HP. Shock is trying to put Crossfire. Smiley still very healthy, and this game is going back and forth.
Ilian is the last guy surviving on that zero line. He's surrounded by 3 tanks already, now make it 2. There is a couple of Fame tanks who were completely out of the fight in the city, but it didn't really reflect the Fame because they made a good crossfire, so they were doing decent damage on Raid tanks. Now Aladdin Merkel is trying to hold off Mary and his Mary gang on the rail side from their own base, but it's not gonna work. Fame is actually making it work. They have a bit lower HP, but they still have the number of the guns. Number of the guns here matter a lot. If Raid doesn't do anything in next 30 seconds, they're gonna lose this game by far. Aladdin is trying still to hold against Reaction and Mary and so on, but it doesn't work. Ilian is still alive on upper side of the hill, maybe with 200 HP, but he's in upper cooldown, surrounded by 10 corpses of his enemies and friends, and he can still do damage. There is a last surviving trio of Raid guys on that side of the map. The HP might be close, but I think Defame actually has a crucial advantage now.
Yeah, now Elian finally joining into the fight yet again, trying to provide his gun here. Reroll's actually fluffing a shot onto Daki, and Benzo is trying to do what he can against Shockish, but Shockish, I think he had a timeout last battle or something, or the battle before that. He seems to be back in the game here. He does put in one more shot, and it's going to be Benzo getting picked up by Elian, and also Rerolls gets picked up by Reaction. He's finally showing up to this as well, and we do find ourselves on a quick 3-0 score here for Fame.
3-0 for Fame, something I didn't expect, so it's gonna be time to see, is Raid able to even come back from this? This is a really dire situation. It's already a match point for Fame after only 3 games. I would say the last 2 games especially, were very close, like very close. Couple of shots would decide who wins or loses, but at the end of the day, who is the victor is only thing that matters, and Fame does have a match point, and they should not throw it away. I mean, they have 1 game on Mansk and then 2 games on Live Oaks to actually finish the deal.
Yeah, indeed. As we can see, the damage dealt here. And on the left side, we do see Timmy, the guy that got basically just eliminated on the cross towards that zero line.
Yeah, he was the first one who took the bullet for the team. That's about it.
Yeah, and you can see all the hold down chieftains here that were fighting. Not a lot of shots missed. That means no one really played hold down. Everyone just overpeaked, tried to get the damage in. And it was just all-out brawl, all-out focus fire with the better end here for the team of Fame. And you can see Shockish, he was in that position side scraping.
He was actually clicking the mouse 1 in this game, so he did top
Yeah,
damage.
point and click adventure for him, as well as for Feli, who also just, had to point and click at the chieftains on the upper side. So good stuff coming in there. And I think overall, there's no one really to call out. It was just, all out brawl. No one really.
Can I see Ilian for a second?
Ilian, sure.
Yeah.
There you go. He didn't even bounce a lot.
He didn't even block. How did he survive for so long?
Yeah,
I don't
think
understand
he
it.
stayed between the wrecks or something. I don't know.
Did he like do a matrix or something? Dodging the bullets real time or whatever.
Yeah, he's Neo at this point in time. And yeah, also look at, for example, Dragos. He was just, the unlucky guy, just like Timmy on the other side, to get focused out first. And yeah, overall, just good shooting from both sides, with a slightly better end here for Fame, or with a very much better end for Fame. As you said, they are on a match point and they have 4 tries now to convert it.
Well, Fame guys must be feeling happy and relieved now, because they can take the easy lane toward the end of the match, but they should not underestimate Raid, because as I said, they can be really nasty. If you let them feel the taste of the victory, they can actually take the momentum and come back. I think Fame guys are really aware of that, so they're not gonna try to throw a game like this. But I really don't understand how is it coming to 3-0, man. Raid is also a team that has multiple victories on the tournaments, and this is a really big slap in the face at the moment.
Yeah.
Although they would not be out of the tournament possibly if they lose this match.
Yeah, still stuff
this
like
3-0 is still 3-0, man.
Stuff like this can be very tilting, to say the least. If you have close game after close game after close game, and every time something happens that makes you lose. For example, the fire on cliff number 2. That being said, we are set up to head into what may be, hopefully not, the final game of this match here. It's going to be Ensk yet again, and it's going to be Fame this time on the defensive side. And it's going to be GX Raid having to come up with something here if they don't want to drop to the lower bracket. Consume coming in with an E4 for Fame. Then there's 13 Chieftains once again and a 279. Meanwhile, Raid 150B, 1 E Honda, I love that one. 126A4, 1 E3, double E4, and the rest is also Chieftain.
Yeah, there's gonna be some rail play here coming in from the Raid guys. They do not want to go to the field again. Still a lot of Chieftains. So there's gonna have to be a mix, as we thought E100 will be left as a sacrificial lamb in the city to buy some time with his 3k HP with a health module. So let us see, there is one aggressive chieftain coming in from the Fame side, Shockish. There is also complete change of tactics for the Fame. They are not going to the field, they just have monitoring tanks in there. Everyone else is pretty much playing the city. Fame is attacking in this game, guys, and Raid is defending. But Raid actually used this all as a kind of a bait. They threw everything they have on the other side of the map, just like a lower rail 6 and 7 line, and all the chieftains are still gonna play the field side.
Yeah, very interesting lineup here by Fame on the 0 line. There is double chieftain C2 and Z0, excuse me, and there is double chieftain.
What a nice
A0.
penetration by Benzo here, man. Ooh. Amazing shot.
Yeah, Cupola being hit there, and yeah, a lot of tanks here now getting spotted for the side of Raid. Meanwhile, Fame coming in with a repush through the 5 line. However, there is that juicy, meaty E100 in J2 who can crossfire if needed, and Raid, they still have a lot of tanks in J7 that could receive that push very well. They just need to side scrape off all of this. Now they do get spotted here, but yeah, the city repush, it is rolling for Fame, but they are going to be unpleasantly surprised upon finding the E100 there.
Yeah, there is a big push coming in from Fame from the city side, but I think they're expecting that E100 there is just about the trades. Will they manage to actually kill him without losing too much? Daddy Bunze losing so much HP on his E4. He's on 700 HP. That's not a cool thing because he will fall in 2 shots. That means effectively when the fight starts, he's gonna make 1 and that's it. Nile is in a really bad position, 900 HP. He managed to repair his Amorex, so that's the good part, or was it a loader? But he is going to fall sooner or later because he's being targeted by half of the Raid guys. HP around even, but there is one dead guy in Fame. It's again a reaction.
Yeah, reaction being down, but Yola Extremist might follow soon to the grave as the E100 is trying to do what he can. He does take a penetration to the, what is the bar at the top, I guess. He does get picked up by Ducky, so the score now 1-1 regarding tanks, and the HP once again almost equal. And Daddy Bunze, he needs to be careful in that E4. He wants to keep his gun in the game. And yeah, Dragos and Elin here, both on 1 shot for Fame in the Chieftains there.
Ducky takes a big
hit.
one in the face, man. Like they're trying to take out this E4, but it doesn't work for them. Now only a tracking shot of Daddy Bunze by Shokish, and that spells the problem for him also. But now the Fame guys are still on that about the same HP, but there is a big push coming in from Raid toward the rail. Fame is organizing some kind of crossfire there with E4 and Chieftains, but they're gonna throw everything they have on this side of the map. And now we need to see how will Raid actually pen their shells. Will it be enough? There is only a 50B trying to clip, but he's already one shot, he's dead. That's actually important because there will be no second reload for him.
And I think Raid has realized what's happening. They're not committing to that A0 repush. Instead, they're taking all of their tanks back. Yes, Fame is in the cap with a lot of tanks, but it might come back to hurt them because those tanks are in the open. They're trying to hide behind those wagons there of the train, but you can shoot below them, and Kamil is finding out that one right now as he does get picked up by Kalium, and now the repush by Raid is coming in. They are 3k HP up, and they're coming in with a vengeance into the cap here. A lot of tanks out of the game for Fame, and Raid, it seems like they want to put on one onto the board here. Finally, Ducky trying to do what he can against rerolls, but it's just too many yellow tanks here against the purple stronghold by Fame, or what was the stronghold. It's being blown to pieces at this point in time, and Raid 3k, 4k up at almost here. They are trying to put on the first point on the board, and I think they're going to succeed.
It's just not gonna work out for Fame in this game. Raid did a really brave choice. They realized what is the problem, the main problem, that actually they are losing the cap, and there is still a significant Fame defense on the other side of the map, which equals that Fame was split too much. So they brought a bold decision. They just left Smiley behind an E3 and threw everything else they had in Fame. They had an advantage of 2 or 3 tanks there, some HP. They went into the crossfire, they soaked up the damage, but it paid off heavily. And this is the direct result. The Raid will stay in this game, and it is going to be 3-1 for Fame. But, you know, things happen. There are possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, it is a mountain to climb here for Raid, but I think they just took their first step by getting to 1-3 from their perspective. And yeah, that is Ensk over. But yeah, first of all, we can take a look at the post-battle results, as we do see Bunze not really coming in with something here. But yeah, the guys above him obviously carrying him here. And yeah, nice damage by Aladdin.
Yeah, Aladdin going over 5k. Alka also really close and rerolls. So I would say like a good performance. But I'm actually surprised. Rerolls survived on that 700 HP way more than he should have, and he did so much damage at the end. He was the 3rd damage dealer in his team with 700 HP. I mean, that's something to be proud of. Reaction again on a bottom side. No, I'm pretty sure he's not happy about that.
No, he's gonna say no, monsieur, ça c'est pas bon. But yeah, it doesn't change the fact that Raid has managed to stay in this match here. As I said, score 1-3. They're able to smack off that first match point that Fame had here. And this in turn means that after 2 rounds of Ensk, we are about to head over to the next map, which is, I believe, Live Oaks. So yeah, one of the problems eliminated for Raid, but they don't stop or they don't cease to exist here. As, yeah, we do see here Fame with that repush onto the cap, but I think it was maybe timed 30-40 seconds too early because, yeah, Raid was trying to go for those A0 positions, and they would have been in crossfire there, but upon realizing what Fame was doing, they just turned those tanks around. Yeah, they just went away, and suddenly it's 4 tanks out of the game here for Fame, including Rishek and Feli in the A0 positions, and they're not going to be in time to save their comrades who are getting
I think
pushed.
Fame was actually forced here to cap, because Raid was on upper hand. They had more compact tanks, like the positioning wise, and they had an advantage in upper side of the map, where Feli and Rishek were defending with the E4 and so on, you know, in a crossfire. But eventually I think they would fall, and there was like this decision in Fame's hands: abandon everything on lower side of the map, immediately retract entire team and go try to defend those guys up, or try to pressure the cap while Raid is pushing up. But Raid managed to stop their forces in that moment, turn around and go full 180 degrees back in their own base and do this kind of YOLO on Fame tanks, which then couldn't help each other. Also, there was like one big problem for Fame. Beside those 2 chieftains, they came in a field. Even the 2 guys who were in their base, they came toward the rail and toward the field, and they didn't come down toward the rest of the guys who were fighting on a cap. so even they were late. And we were talking about small decisions in the games. In the all previous 3 ones, Raid was on a taking side, on the receiving side, and this time it was just Fame's turns.
Yeah, so basically Svit and me, if you saw the predictions at the bottom, we are still here and in it to win it, as both of our predictions still might come true. For this to happen, Raid needs to smack off another match point here by Fame. And yeah, the Fame lineup, they're coming in with Luna in the T92, double EBR, 4 907s, Nile in his beloved Leo 1, and the rest is Chieftains. Meanwhile, Raid?
Raid is playing with 1 GC and double EBR 2279s. That means they're gonna play some kind of static position, leaving them for possible rotations of the remainder of the team. It's not a tank that you really can rotate all over the map with. You know, you just can hold some positions. But this is an interesting use they're making of with them. Usually you can see them where the 907 is on the D8, but they're actually taking them toward the city.
Yeah, there are some positions in A5, I believe, where the 279s can angle up their armor, so they're almost impenetrable for the enemy teams. I think that's what they're supposed to do here, but let's not continue talking about the 279s. Let's much rather talk about this push here coming in by both sides into the southeastern part of the map. A lot of Chieftains coming in for Raid and a lot of tanks here coming in for Fame as well. The 907s, they took the inner route, so they are already, unbeknownst to Raid, they are already in the ditch, and they are... Oh, they actually kept going. Reaction and Joseph Conrad, they just keep going, and they're going to find rerolls here in the open in his 907. They also find a Chieftain there. Very interesting move by the team of Fame. Meanwhile, we do also see on the western side, on the 2 line, there is going to be Chieftains from Fame being sent to the north, so they're trying to take map control, but the problem for them is going to be holding on to the southeast because Raid is starting to push.
It looks like Fame wanting to take out the spotters here and make a crossfire with these guys, but this might be a problem for them because Raid can just throw a couple of Chieftains from upper cooldown. I don't think they can cover those 907s that well. We're gonna see how will that enroll, but Raid is, as you said, already pressuring down because Fame has a lot of split tanks. They have tanks who are pressuring the upper side of the map where the 279s are, but there we go. Shokish is here dropping on 1 KHP. Alka is in a crossfire, and Kalium also, because they need to take the bullets and actually take some damage so they can make it where Dragos is dead. He's 1 man down on his chief. Those 907s are still alive and holding a crossfire with the chiefs from the other side, but that's coming in too slow a bit. I mean, Fame is holding on with that HP, but they are in a problem. I think Fame is a bit late with damage here.
Oh, YOLO Extremist going onto a reaction here, and he's going to get helped by Aladdin. He just gets deleted there for almost nothing. And Fame, yes, they still have HP, 3k behind at the moment, but they lost a lot of tanks. They lost a lot of positions. The entire south has gone over to Raid. Nile with an Ignite, that's going to help a bit. But the problem for Fame is going to be Ducky. He's going to be able to get shot by the likes of Kalium below the bridge there, and Fame, they are trying to make something work here through through the city with double Chieftain, double EBR. Meanwhile, Ducky trying to crossfire the 279, does get a connection, I believe, into the hatch of the 279, so good stuff here, and does get another one, even taking out the commander of Benzo, and Benzo on 71 HP gets deleted. The Arty Shell a bit too late to pick him up, and yeah, Raid, they need to be careful here on the A line, but they do still have Timmy hates Arty in the 279, and he's very, very healthy, and also some tanks, some Chieftains by Raid. They are gonna get sent north, so I don't see any potential here to push for Fame, but they don't really need to. They are defending.
Yeah, they're defending, and what goes for them is that they have a lot of HP on most of the tanks, while Raid does have a couple of guys more, but they have rerolls on 25 HP and Old Kings on 15. And Old Kings, until he got the cooldown for his medkit, had like 2 crew members dead even until now. Like that guy was on, respiration machines. So Smiley is doing a rotation with his chief, but it does look at the moment that Raid is a bit stuck. And what looked like a really, really, really kind of risky gamble done by Fame paid off, because they managed to stop Raid in their tracks. They're regaining the HP advantage, and they do have a good rotational and map control.
Yeah, it seemed like Raid was stuck there for a second on the A-line, but the step push seems to help them out here quite considerably, as they do take a lot of map control back right in that city here from Fame. Farin gonna drop down into the C2 ditch for Fame here, and Rishek, he's spotted. He needs to be careful, but so far not a lot of shots coming his way. He's gonna try to run for the hills, run for his life, and we do see Fame after 4.5 minutes of this game finally resorting to defensive positions.
Well, it comes down to this. It's a match point. Fame is defending, so they will not be in a rush anywhere. They have enough HP on every tank, and not a single tank of there is one shot, unless Artie hits something like humongous.
We're talking about Artie Farin taking another one, dropping down to 700 HP, so possible 2-shot for Chieftains here. And Fame seems like they are thinking about regrouping and pushing City, or they are expecting some sort of push coming in here. But judging by the minimap, the 907's getting sent over the A-line. They want to take the initiative here. The Chieftain by Raid, it gets spotted here in the city, and it's going to be double 907 against one Chieftain here. Daki and Feli looking to take the hurt onto the Chieftain. This needs to trigger a reaction by Raid. So far, Aladdin here in the city, he's getting hammered by the 907s. He's going to go down almost for free.
Oh, this is a problem now coming in for Raid. I mean, HP is still similar, but we will need to see how will Daddy Bunze and Timmy actually hold out here. Rerolls just need to do some side shots. So we have 3 guys with a lot of HP for Raid here, holding on positions, but Fame realizes that, and they're sending absolutely everyone on a map to just overpower them with sheer numbers. They left one Chieftain to watch their base together with EBR. That's it. Everyone else goes all in, and this is where the map will be decided. Still similar HP, but Fame HP is slightly dropping down due to this kind of push.
Yeah, Fame's HP slightly dropping. Consume, they're lucky to not get picked up by the artillery here, down to a 1-shot. And the push that Fame was attempting, I think they have realized that they shouldn't continue through with it. Indeed, they're sending tanks back. Nyland, the Leo one, now spotted. That's never a good sign. But we still have deep cover going on. Meanwhile, though, in the south, it's triple Chieftain by Raid advancing, and only one of Fame to cover there. Yes, they have the EBR sort of as an early warning system, and now finally they are starting to rotate 907s and the Leo there to cover. Should Raid choose to make a move there, which we as the observers see they have done. And meanwhile, also Smiley in the north from the city also coming out, getting tracked here, but he needs to get to the ditch to get to Consume. He does get double tracked, and this is going to be costly here. He does take another shot. He's down to a 1-shot, and yeah, it's just going to take one more shell to finish him off, but I believe he should be able to make it to the ditch, and Kamil actually misses the kill shot onto him. This is dire times here for the EBR from Fame. Smiley does make it, and he does get the position he wanted, but at an enormous price. Oh, Kamil Eater getting yeeted by Baron.
Yeah, this is like a really dire situation still for Raid, because the time is ticking away. It's 2.5 minutes, and Fame still has a lot of assets to work with. YOLO Extreme is trying to spot with his EBR, but he's instantly getting chased by Fame vs Ducky on 1-shot. Will he manage to give one more? Yep, YOLO is on 1-shot, but now he can maybe return the favor and pick him up, but it doesn't happen. Ducky gets a reload, so he wins that little conflict there. Time is ticking, as we said, 2 minutes. Duck of Death on full HP. Hillary also on full HP. 2 Chieftains at their prime with 2.4k HP each, and on rather safe positions, covering their friends by sniping. This is a big hurdle that Raid actually needs to overachieve.
Double arty shell coming in, but it's Bunze only getting sent to a 1-shot and Consume in turn falling, and now we just see the all-out assault here coming in by Raid. They have less HP, but they do have a plethora of guns available, and those need to carry them to the victory here, as they have 3 guys on less than 30 HP. Bunze only 69 HP. Nice. But yeah, we do see the push coming in through the 3-4 line. 2 Chieftains and a Nano 7 getting sent there, and we do see also Timmy Hates Artie in the 279, still sort of healthy. 1200 HP, but only 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. The Artie shell coming in onto Duck of Death, but it's do or die here for Raid at the moment in the upper bracket of the clan rival Summer Assault. And yeah, they are encroaching onto Duck of Death, who doesn't even know who to shoot first. So many targets. Osmium taking a lot of damage, down to a 1-shot now as well. Duck of Death is gonna have 1 more shell in 1 second. He does pick up Osmium, getting hammered in the side in return though, and meanwhile Fame seems not to be able to break out. Actually, they seem to be able to break out in the south.
Yeah, they are breaking out for the south, but there is still a battle there coming in, and Hillary is the only one with any significant HP left. Fairly, him and Luna are hurdling and hugging each other in the corner and trying to, get help from their best friend, the time. Ooh, Old Kings actually gets picked up by Luna. That's very important, but now RT is in a reload till the end of the game. It's questionable. We have a shot now. Nile is pressured here by two guys from Raid. He picks up Baron, but he gets picked up himself by Smiley, who survived that one shot, and he's still alive. And we have Bunzel on 69, Smiley on 176, and Rerolls on 25. Forever on 25, pushing in, trying to take out Philly and Luna. Artie needs to do something. It misses. So it's Philly who can actually still take out the win for his team, but he gets picked up by rerolls.
But
and
Luna is
the
gonna
last
survive
guy
here.
surviving on 0 seconds!
Oh my god, Luna surviving here. The Chinese arty player does it for fame in the end. The superior amount of guns not able to do it for Raid here, but damn, that was close here. That was ever so close. 5 more seconds, and I am certain that GX Raid would have smacked off the second match point. But like this, we are left with a 4-1 scoreline, and we are left wondering why not more of those clutch and close games were turned in favor of GX Raid. We do see here, the battle results coming in. It is, rerolls, top damage.
Rerolls had those 25 HP made for 3/4 of the game. He had 2 of his crew members dead. Pretty much entire tank fucked up, and he still came up on top with damage. So really good game by him. And at the end of the day, they lacked a couple of seconds to finish the game. They didn't penetrate the China stealth in the corner. So Luna actually hugged those bushes as best as he could. And same as Nomi, provided a victory to his team by staying alive. So amazing ending, like really, really close games. Yeah, already made a mistake on my second predictions. So whatever, guys, whatever you see I wrote, just vote for other team, I guess.
Yeah, Ducky probably not really happy with the performance of one of his teammates, as he is the first guy, I believe, in the playoff stage of the tournament to deal team damage by shooting. But yeah, other than that, obviously, yeah, just...
Oh my god, poor reaction again.
Yeah, reaction not having a fun time today in the matches against GX Raid, it seems.
I guess French versus German medicine doesn't work that well, man. Unless you're insane.
Unless you're insane, yeah.
Yep,
And
well,
not
that
only
ends
by
up
name.
the second match of the day, guys. So this was an upper bracket match. That's why it was best of 7. So Fame versus Raid, 4-1. Score doesn't give the credit to the games we've seen. Like, they were way too close for something like that. But this will not be the end of Raid. Fame will proceed and play other upper bracket match tomorrow, the finals. But Raid will just wait to see who will be their enemy in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we do see here that, once again, that repush by Fame, who are still defending. They get one Chieftain almost for free, and then they recognize very, very rightfully so that they need to draw back here. But I think they're doing it in a way that, gives a lot of opportunities to Raid. At the moment, Fame is still ahead in HP, and somehow, in the end, they weren't anymore. So good stuff.
Technically, Fame was doing really decent and fast rotations up and down, and they chose not to go in crossfire and not to try to squander it. They were not aware, I'm going to repeat this, they were not aware that Raid still has a couple of tanks down.
Yeah. But
so
here we see...
I think when they came to the city, they thought they will have a really big upper hand. But when they saw those couple of tanks in a crossfire, Ducky was like, yeah, let's not go there. Let's turn around. We're fast enough, and maybe we can do something on the other side of the map. At the end of the day, they were defending. They had time on their side. So you always want to work with that instead of with some YOLO insane push,
But yeah, all of that being said and done, I believe for the time being that's quite enough from us. We'll be back for the next game, but for the time being, I think it's time to hand over to the beautiful analyst duo of Svitman and Ikibu.
Thank you very much, and excellent casting on there. I know those were some exciting games for you guys. I'm just checking who got that right with the predictions. So I do believe that the only people to get it right was Svitman and Keyhand. So you get to gloat a little bit there, Svitman.
Yeah, Mojo's game is not up to par to me and Key. But we see the result. It's 4-1 for Fame. Like Mojo said, the score doesn't really give the games justice because the games were insanely close and were really nice to watch. And it was probably one of the highlights of today. It was a super good game.
Yep. Yeah. So I felt a little bit sorry for Raid there because they came very close, very frequently in a lot of those games. Do you feel there's anything that could have been changed through any of those games?
Obviously, the game were so close that one extra fire or the lack of the fire on one side could have decided probably 3 of the games out of the 5 we saw. So I'm not going to say that Fame was on the lucky side. I think the luck was fairly even for both teams. There were some things that happened for the benefit of both teams. So I think it was the result was fair. And the other 2 games that Fame won fairly convincingly decided the result in the end.
Okay. So I know the replays are just getting ready, so I just want to remind people. Oh no, the replays are ready, so we're going to go into those now, I believe, where you can do your mojo.
Okay, so now we are seeing the repush of Fame when Nile died on the other side of the map, and they saw the CS being out and the CS from the hill not really watching them. So they had a team of Raid had 2 tanks down. So Fame was able to repush, and even if we see the HP being very even, there are way more tanks of Fame. So they use the numbers advantage, and with 2 tanks being on the 1-2 line from Raid, the advantage in numbers of Fame is on the upper side is really strong, and they were able to clean it up fairly easily. Even if the HP were very close in the end, the numbers for Fame were just way better for Raid to do something with it. This was one of the games that were very decidedly for Fame. Now the second game, we are seeing Team Raid being super aggressive on the mid with the 277s that are super fast. And we are seeing Fame repushing the donut, but that's exactly what Raid wanted. For Fame to just push into not a lot of tanks on the donut, with the mid being won very easily for Raid, and we see Raid winning by a lot of HP. Even if it's not visible like in the numbers, the positions are super good for Raid. But Fame managed to hold for dear life, especially with the position of Duck of Death being super strong. And now we are seeing in the end the repush of Team Raid, where Rishek managed to land 2 super important shots from the cap of Raid and killing Osmium Angel. So the repush just by 1 or 2 shots not succeeding. And Fame, even with the big disadvantage from the play earlier, were able to pick this one up. It was a really close game, this one. Especially Duck of Death's play with the CS on the rock position was probably the game-winning moves. Same with the Rishek's EBR play. Those were the 2 main deciding factors. Now in the first ends game, we see Ilian surviving on the 9-0 line, which was one of the main deciding factors because they weren't able to focus him down because of his movement between the racks. And Raid was basically denied like the whole 9-0 position, so they had to fight unfavorable positions in the mill. And then the second game on Ensk, we are seeing the failed push of Fame, and then the successful and very good repush from Raid, where there are 4 tanks of Fame being stuck on the AB line, basically not being able to participate, with almost the whole team of Raid pushing over their cap, and Fame just wasn't able to hold this one. They took way too much hit points killing the E100 on the J2, so even if the E100 didn't do as much damage, the time it took them to kill and the cover they had on it was really good, so that was a trade very favorable for Raid, and they just repushed the base, and Fame couldn't really hold anything. Because the HP was just so different and the number of tanks. Now we are seeing the repush on the Live Oaks game, where basically the teams were picking 1 or 2 tanks on each side and then repushing on the other one. It was very dynamic game, and it was really hard to see who's actually out on up. And I don't know if this push per se was beneficial for Fame, but in the end it worked out, and they basically picked up one Chi for free and then took some damage on leaving. But one of the main purposes of this push was to waste time, so they can play on time, because now they are a little bit down in positions, because they only have the city, but they are lacking the JK positions. And now in the end, the time they wasted in the city, they were able to utilize it basically perfectly, with only Luna being with his Chinese cloak device in the corner and surviving.
I think that the last arty hit was very unlucky. Do you think that would have made a difference if it landed?
I don't think so, because Bunze and Reros were basically full speed ahead, and even if Feli would die like 10 seconds earlier, because the arty shell would hit, it wouldn't make a difference, because Luna wouldn't be spotted anyway. But if he were to blind shot Luna and even splash him, the stun could have meant that the crew wouldn't be as good in the camouflaging, and he would actually be spotted in that case. But I don't think they would have had reloads anyway, because they had to kill Feli, because Arty wouldn't kill him then. So it was really a game that basically was 10 seconds longer, and Fame would lose it. But it wasn't, because they managed to waste the time in the city with the repushes, and Fame picked it up.
Okay. So the next game will be between GX15 Chieftains versus Invil. And I'm going to ask you, who do you feel is going to edge this one out? But I can read out your score prediction there if you can't remember.
I think that GX15 Chiefs is the favorite here, just because of the group result. It might not be as giving because Invil won the other two games they played in the group stage, so it might be just a small fluke, because it was only BO5s. We are going to see Himmels, Proco, and possibly third map as Sand River. So all the maps are not really one-sided, so we can see a really good game. And I'm rooting for GX15 Chiefs to complete my prediction.
Okay. Well, here's hoping it works. I just want to remind people that Cooler Master giveaway is still active on Gleam. Make sure you enter it. Make sure you do the giveaway. Thank you very much to those for sponsoring the prizes, the money, and also the giveaway on the Gleam link, which you can also do. Join the Cooler Master Discord server to make sure you get into and enter that giveaway as well. And I'm just waiting for a couple of these screens to change as we pass over to the names that you can currently see on the screen, which is Keyhand and Mojo, who will be taking you through the next game.
Well,
hello
there.
I am meme number 1 Mojo. He's meme number 2 Keehan. Welcome back.
Hello there. We do have the correct names here for us, and we do have a game coming up, and it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be GX, don't get confused, it's their nominal second team. It's called GX15 Chieftains against the Polish powerhouse of Invil. And that's where the similarities sort of stop for me and Svitman, because I personally think that Invil is gonna take the W in this one, as we do see the well-known team of Invil calling in under their captain Call Me Piotr. And all of those names, I think there are quite some Pro League names in there as well. And we have another one of those disgusting clickers, Fortuna Pro from Russia. And other than that, not a lot of names you shouldn't know. Like, all of them you should have seen already.
Yeah, from Russia with love, with artillery. Invil, not much to be said about them. Like, they won one tournament so far on 15 on 15, so that was surprising. They didn't win more, and they lost the last one to Raid while they were 3-1 up. GX International, way less experience, but their team on the rise, I would say. Will there be first or second team in GX? It remains to be seen after this tournament, I guess.
Indeed, the battle there, clan internally going on. They're coming in with their captain Vervi, or Verbal, as he's spelled in-game. Then also Bunter, a name a lot of people probably know. He has been FCing for quite some time, and other than that, also names that, are pretty well known, but none of them have really yet shined on the big stage or were able to take down big tournaments, at least on this channel so far. But yeah, that all being said and done, we are hopping into the community predictions, and they sort of reflect my prediction when we're going into this game. 77.5% coming in for Invil and 22.5% coming in for GX. And now let me take a sneak peek at our own predictions. Yeah, I said Invil 4-2.
I think I went with 4-2 for Invil also. I don't know about Sweet and Nick, but if it comes to affect what I've been doing last 2 games, Invil better be careful what they're doing, mate.
But yeah, we do see the map pick and bans coming out. Live Oaks being banned by Invil, Ensk being banned by GX15 Chiefs. Then we have Himmelsdorf immediately being picked by Invil, and I love that pick, I have to say, simply because even in the group stage, Invil showed an immense amount of time invested into creating tactics for this. And yeah, it was just a pleasure to watch them there. Invil coming in with double CS, then we have 7 Chiefs, 4 279s, and double 50B.
Yeah, this is GX International now with double 2Bs, double CSs, and 3 279s. I mean, they are playing the defensive side, so they can afford to be a bit on a slower side. So I guess maybe more rail focused with those 279s. But it does look like they want to take the hill with the rest of the forces.
I mean, yeah, with setups like this, you can never be sure what's going to happen simply because the turbocharger is available, and we do see Tanke here boosting one in the Chieftain, so he's going to be on the hill much faster than you normally would. And yeah, we do see a lot of Chieftains and other tanks by GX heading towards that hill. Meanwhile, Invil, they're sending very, very little towards the hill and a lot of tanks down the 1-2 line.
Yeah, there is like already a forward presence, Never and Lockiett's in their Chiefs, and there is a big push coming on 2 line from the Invil. They're sending 4 tanks then, and then a couple of guys more with a follow-up, while they're hiding tanks on 8 line, actually maybe trying to trap GX15 there. There is a brawl of CSs. We've seen this done by Invil before, when they send like a couple of CSs to brawl, like there is like 15 tanks coming behind them, while there is only them and their kind of bravery covering for them.
Yeah, we see Call Me Piotr and Konrad now here in those positions in the holdowns with the 279s. However, they do need to be careful because as soon as the GX15 Chieftain
Look
team
at those
on the
crazy
hill,
CSs up, man.
Ooh, yeah, the CSs, they made it out alive here. But we should pay attention to the push coming out by Invil here on the 3 line and multi-pronged attack also through the courtyard. Lucky here in the Chieftain already pushed up, and Dandly Boying, he needs to be very, very careful in his Chieftain as he is getting pinceled here. And now the Mercedes position, as the Invil guys are calling it, is getting pushed heavily by them. However, they're running into a crossfire by GX15 Chieftains in 279s, although. But yeah, they are going to be outflanked as Ketsai and one more Chieftain for Invil are going to flank the 279, who doesn't get set on fire yet, but he does lose his loader, so he's going to be almost useless here on a one-shot. Tryharderino trying to capitalize on that, but it seems to me like Invil so far, they haven't given up on pushing, but they've given up a lot of HP.
They've given up a lot of HP, but they do have 2 tank advantage at the moment. Now the tanks that were completely useless for GX15 are coming back from the hill, and they need to make the plays. But there is a first pickup coming in. Kerolf actually dies in Invil, getting shot from 2 sides. A bit of a careless peek there. Itox and Alexi are holding that corner really well. But there has to be some kind of reaction now from GX15. I mean, they do know they have higher numbers on this corner. And Call Me Piotr is the only guy with any significant HP where these positions are. Itox and the rest should maybe just push here.
Yeah, and the crossfire here for GX15 Chieftains in the 3 line, it seems to be working out. Keep in mind, they still have 2 tanks in H1, and they are now finally committing into the game as well. And look at the HP so far, 8k up for GX15 Chieftains. They lose a lot at the moment, yes, but HP is being traded back and forth, and that just makes it better for the team in the blue here, in baby blue or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, the purple team here, Invil, they're not looking good regarding HP. 2 one-shots here. Call Me Piotr and I believe Ketsai are getting flanked now. David Go trying to do what he can, but yeah, Itox and Call Me Piotr in a deadly 1v1 here now, but it's gonna be a smiling third as he's gonna get picked up. But still, GX15 Chieftains in a commanding lead by guns and in a commanding lead by HP as well. David Go getting picked up here, and yeah, it's just small skirmishes now all over the map, but the gun advantage and the HP advantage for GX15 Chieftains should secure their first victory of the day.
Yeah, it was quite interesting opening by Invil, trying to sell a kind of a mirage to GX15, and they even almost made it through, but GX15 managed to stop them with inferior number of tanks on lower side of the map, making good crossfires and kind of putting their advance in a hole. They paid a price with 2 tanks for that, but once the reinforcement that ran away back from the hill came, then the downfall of Invil actually started. So I would say a really good play by GX15, not panicking and actually making it happen against a notoriously aggressive team like Invil. Like, really good play.
Yeah, they didn't lose their nerves at any point during this time, and the aggressiveness for Invil, it just didn't work out. We saw 279s peeking into Crossfire, and yeah, the 279 does have a lot of armor, but not when you drive into a Crossfire, not anymore, as we do see the damage coming in here, and yeah, the 279s, most of them on the lower part for Invil, only Call Me Piotr up there, but yeah, overall it was just the Invil tanks being pushed up, and the GX tanks running on time, securing holddowns, securing Crossfire, and Attila Kalkan, the Turkish player, up on top here, almost 5k damage, 3 kills to his name, Silent following up there, and overall, nice stuff by everyone except the 50 Bs in the GX 15 Chieftains team.
It's amazing that those bees are still alive, but they were the guys who were on the hill and they came last to the fight. So the guys who were probably fighting all the time were Silent and Attila, and they were probably the guys holding the corner, I think, and then counter pushing with the rest of the force. So as I said, a good play by GX15, not panicking, holding up to their ground and their nerves, and actually making good judgment calls where and when to push. I think at the end of the day, like when we were watching the final push, they even had a couple of options how to do it, because a lot of Invil guys were on lower side of HP. There was a huge differences. Like some guys were full HP, and some guys you couldn't even see the line of HP.
Yeah, and here we see it's just, the Invil push has failed even at this point in time. Immensive still holding the one line in the 279, and now it is just the GX 15 Chiefs tanks slowly mopping up everywhere. Yeah, there are some small pockets of blue tanks getting cleaned up, but overall, at this point in time, with 14 to 7k HP, there was just so little to be done for Invil. They needed blow-ups on the full HPs, but the full HPs were just starting to join the fight, and yeah, at this point, it was just GX 15 Chieftains in the driver's seat, and props to them. They didn't lose the nerve, and as soon as they had the upper hand, they didn't let go of it.
So 1-0 for GX15. That's how we open this match on Himmel. Now we will be watching Invil on defense on Himmel and GX15 on attacking. That just means for us they're swapping the spawns pretty much. The map is fun to watch from both of the sides. It doesn't give humongous advantage to anyone. It's still always on Himmelsdorf. It's always going to be about tactics. It's always going to be about the personal gameplay. That's why you usually see the best teams even playing them. It's not an easy map to play if you are not really well aware about the time rotations, what kind of crossfires can you create, and when do you need to create them without FC having to tell you manually.
Yeah, I mean, Himmelsdorf, simply because of all those houses, streets, crossfire positions, just, a treat to watch and to play. Now, Invil here on the defending side, they did try to camp in the group stage. They're possibly not going to do it again soon. We do see 5 Chiefs coming out, double CS, actually 9 Chiefs coming out, double CS, 1 E100 being played by Ketsai, 279 for Call Me Piotr, and double 50B.
3 Bs on GX15 side. That's a risky play I haven't seen in a long while, I can tell you that. I'm really looking forward to see what they're going to try to play. I mean, it's unusual to see anything except Hill with that, but maybe they have some kind of joker in their sleeve, so we're going to see what they're trying to pull out. Nico is on his CS63, probably going to do the Hill spot, and there is a big split on GX side, actually. So yeah. I guess they're using those Bs to maybe try to have an extra punch while they're holding off the Invil siding forces, while they're trying to do something from other side of the map.
Yeah, and now Monsteryo here in the CS, he seems sort of hesitant to go up towards the hill, but we see Sokar not spotted, so he's going to be able to get a lot of information as to who's coming up. He doesn't quite commit in yet, and that might come to hurt him later. He's now finally trying to spot this out. White Rock, the first 50B getting spotted, taking a shot immediately. Sokar, he is going to draw back a little, and it is imperative to note that the 50Bs by Invil so far, they are not spotted here, and GX15 Chieftains, unaware of this, oblivious to the fact the 50Bs are on the hill, they are committing in, and I think we're going to see some sort of hill play by Invil. Meanwhile, GX15 Chieftains are pushing the 2-3 line, but I don't think they could push through here. There's just not enough firepower.
I mean, arguably, Monster lost a lot of HP up there, but that he did that so there would be kind of information leak prevention, so they would not see how many tanks Invil actually has on a hill. Invil actually does have a lot of forces more than GX up, but only if they push from the 0 line. If they push from somewhere around down, then a lot of guys from GX15 will actually be able to shoot it. Bunter picks up the first shell actually here, and first kill, and manages to lower the number of Invil guys. So, but now the fight is all over the place. On upper and lower side of the map, we can see the simultaneous push from 2-3 line, and on the hill where Invil is pushing straight through into the Chieftain. Nico will fall really soon on his CS, but he's left there pretty much as a sacrificial lamb. It's question like what will the bees do now. There is like 4 guys dead on each of the teams. The HP is quite close, and it's 2 completely separate battles that we can talk about. Invil is already pulling the tanks, a lot of tanks, back into their base because they feel they're losing the battle there, which is the more important battle by far.
Yeah, the battle right now too close to call, but we do have HP advantage going for GX15 Chieftains here. Katsai trying to do what he can in the E100, and indeed he does get a kill over here, but it is in turn the GX15 Chieftain tanks in the cap. They are trying to cap, but the crossfire for them to cover them is not really there. In comes the repush by the Invil 50Bs from the hill. They still have a lot of shells remaining, so the resets shouldn't be an issue, and indeed we do see them coming out. However, the focus fire, it is sort of lackluster. Also, one of the 50Bs is tracked here. GX15 Chiefs on the cap here is retaliating. They are repushing out, but the HP they have turned back in Invil's favor, and 3 Invil tanks for the defending side are actually in the cap, and because Invil is defending, this means the cap raise would turn in their favor. Bunter in the Chieftain is going to be the only guy who can reset from the 5 line. He needs to commit in though, and yeah, cap raise still going on. Piotrix, the princess, he needs to make something work. He needs to go to Yoshi's castle and bail him out of there to get some resets, and now Invil here firmly in the lead regarding the cap. 2 seconds, 1 second. Bunter is gonna be too late. Gets picked up, and this means we have a scoreline of 1-1. Invil coming back right in the second game.
Well, I would just reprimand you there. Like, Bunter came on time, but just get shot. You know, that's pretty much it. And even if he got the one reset,
at that point, yeah.
Even if he got a reset there, it wouldn't matter. That's like resetting 1 guy, and there is still 2 guys holding a cap, and there was like almost a full cap on other side because 50B Piotrix resetted everyone on other side before he died. So that was a really great plays. I would say like really close game. Invil was in a dire situation there. The only thing that kept them in the game is that E100 they had that survived a bit longer than GX15 wanted, and maybe should have allowed, because they never sent anyone to confront him after. And those guys coming back from the hill. Like, if there was no reset from E100 coming in, that would be a lost game. And then those guys from the hill, when they had their 50Bs, they were in dire situation. If Piotrix didn't run away, they would still again lose the game, maybe. Possibly.
Yeah, and we do see for Invil here the 50Bs coming out with a lot of damage, and that's always what you want to see in your 50Bs. Basically, the Chieftains, they're meant as a pushing force, and the 50Bs, they are the actual damage dealers. So yeah, on the other side, we do see GX15 Chiefs. I mean, they have a similar sort of damage spread. However, you see the 50Bs, they are a bit on the lower side. The triple 50B not working out. I believe 3 50Bs for GX15 Chiefs did less than 2 50Bs for Invil here. So yeah,
it's really hard to make those bees work when there is so many of them. You need to kind of, when you play bees, you cannot really charge in first, you know, you need to come after your friends, but if there are none, then you're taking point blank shots, which pretty much all pen.
Yeah, and the 50Bs for GX, they got caught behind the church, and as soon as their clips went out, I mean, the Chieftains for Invil on the hill, they can even switch to HE, simply because, you know, the Chieftain has 140 HE pen, and the 50
actually all of the bees from GX ran away from the hill. There was like a chieftain and CS who died up there, and everyone else bailed and ran away. But they didn't have much work until the Invil actually came in numbers. We never saw that part of the game that well, because most of the fight was around the church because the cap was going on. Invil saw that on time, and they knew they need to do something about it because the GX15 was winning the game on the Invil's cap decisively. And if Invil strangled even for like 5-6 seconds more with the tanks on the castle up, they would lose the game. You can see the bees are in a reload from Invil. They are sprinting back into their base already. They knew what's happening. They knew. These guys on the lower side of the map already told them, like, it's just a matter of time when we will die. And it's a miracle. It's really a miracle that Ketsa in his E100 even survived that long. And it's a big mishap also for GX15. Might even be a one that costed them the game.
Yeah, I mean, Ketsai in the E100, that E100 is just so meaty, you know, almost 3k HP, and since the turret front buff, the armor is also pretty good. You can see he
Still,
right
they
now,
never sent one more guy to kill him.
Yeah, and he
Which
won
was
his
a mistake.
1v1, so he does have the additional angle, and at this point in time, it's only Bunter who can try to reset for GX15 Chiefs, and we know he's gonna get picked up here. But yeah, the problem is another reset comes out for Invil and GX15 Chieftains. They have no way, shape or form in which they are going to draw out this battle for another 4 seconds for their cap to go through. And yeah, just good stuff overall from Invil on their defensive side. Quick reactions, they did a nice job on the hill, catching the enemy tanks there. And yeah, so we find ourselves at a 1-1 scoreline. Keep in mind, guys, this is also a best of 7, so nothing too concerning for both teams yet. And we're heading into the exciting map of Prokhorovka, yeah, where Invil is bringing a GW. So first time in this tournament for this tank, double EBR, a lot of 907s, triple Chieftain, and an i7.
Okay, on Prokhorovka, we have E100. That's gonna be interesting to see how they want to use it, and both teams using GVE, not a GC, not a 261, but a GVE is kind of a hybrid between. Doesn't reload so much, doesn't have such a flat angle, the shells don't travel that fast, but always somewhere in the middle. You can have entire map, you have some angles, you have some reload.
Yeah.
Let us see how will they do it, because like Invil team is defending on this map, as we can see the purple color. Pretty standard lineup and setup here, leaving a lot of mediums on the rail and just sending a couple of guys to spot out what's going on so they can do a quick rotation. So nothing really out of the order here. On the other side, I really want to know what are they planning to do with that damn E100.
Yeah, the E100 is one of the very, very interesting things. He does get sent to sort of F6. I think he's just going to take the role of a punching bag during any kind of push to draw the enemy fire. But yeah, Invil, sort of a very, very standard defense here, except normally you would expect the IS-7 more towards the middle, but Ketsai right now also playing that 6 line here. Mentors needs to be careful in the EBR, is spotted, and Silent in the E100 also spotted, but he doesn't take anything from the artillery, and he got stunned by the arty, but he didn't take damage, so good stuff for him. However, it's GX15 Chieftains who need to attack, and so far with 1.5 minutes they have not done a single point of damage, and the map split, it's 50-50. They haven't really gotten positions either.
Yeah, this is a 10-minute game, not a 15 like in Clan War. Also, all the tanks are spotted, so Invil can make a really good judgment what GS15 is physically able to do with those tanks. So not much going on here, which is not really good for GX15. I mean, they're trying to make the best choices, maybe do some blind fire. But so far, only thing they do have as an info is where is the RT, because he's hitting Silent.
And we did see during the group stages that some RTs tried to counter each other, but the thing is with a GW, you don't really... like the chances of you getting one-shot countered are, yeah, minuscule, I would say. You would have to direct hit and hit a very, very thin part of the armor to actually penetrate. And now GX15 Chieftains, 2.5 minutes into the game, they finally are starting to do something. They're pushing one more heavy towards the middle. It's going to be, yeah, triple chief in the middle. Then there is triple 279 sort of setting up for a 6-line overpush. Then we have some 907s in the 1-2 line. So far pretty split. And I think Invil is very, very well set up. GX15 Chieftains, they're just lacking all the information what's going on from the 7 to the 0 line.
7 minutes and ticking, and they need to make a decision what to do, and they do look very hesitant. They're grouping a couple of tanks on that 6 line, but if they push it, there's gonna be a lot of pain coming in from all of those balled up guys. Like, look at this. There is so many hungry boys from Invil here just waiting for something like that. So time is ticking in. Mentos is actually playing EBR also. Wait, he played an RT in one game, right?
He's normally an EBR player, so I would be surprised.
Oh, right. And that was my mistake then. Mixed up a name. Bunter on other side playing RT for GX15 and Fortuna, as you said, for Invil. Like that GVE was so bugged when it went out in a game, man, that if someone hits you with RT, there was a high chance the shell just goes below RT and does 0
Panuka
damage.
going in now with the EBR, trying to spot out all the tanks here, and indeed everyone by Invil is spotted. However, Panuka is gonna pay the ultimate price in return, and in comes the push by GX15 Chieftains with a lot of 907s. They're focusing on Ketsai for the moment. Ketsai dropping very, very low, but there is just so many 907s for Invil in the back, able to freely farm away onto the 907s here, and you do see the HP are still very, very close, and GX15 Chieftains, they have managed to sort of split the defenders here into 2 groups. One of them 7-0 line, the other one 1-5 line. And yeah, the 907s in the 5-6 line, they do not really... they aren't here really held on. They're dropping here, and GX15 Chieftains with the HP lead, they're making this push work at the moment.
Yeah, they're making this push, but they're losing the numbers. They took out the i7 and 907, but they lost EBR and a couple of mediums, so that's not really great for them. Now we need to see what will be the answer from Invil, because they do need to take control on the other side of the map. But look at this. GX15 actually decides to maybe go on other side and pressure the Invil there, but there is some hesitance, man. They're making kind of conflicted judgment calls. They're driving on one side of the map, then turning back and opting to go for the forest. Not sure is that the best way to go, but Invil does not have an STRV, so it might work.
Yeah, it might work, but you do see the 907 also in the A1 pocket, and if the GW does get spotted, then the 907 can just use the wreck of the GW and also the bushes there to stay alive almost indefinitely. And yeah, the 907 here in Nico, he's going to get spotted out by Mentos, and he's just going to get farmed. He's in the open there. There's nothing for him to do. He even takes an arty shot, putting him on a one-shot, and this in turn is pushing GX15 Chieftains into the Kazna. They're doing it 1-2 line choo-choo. Let's go, Mojo.
Man, I have such a kind of a bad memories of that I'm not even doing it in Clan War when it comes to it. But never mind. 907s are coming in. They're doing the lower side on 3 line. That's smart, not just taking the damage onto the 2 line. So they're trying to pressure out. They found the light. It's gonna be cleared. Loki has had to run away. He's taking quite a lot of damage, but he's still alive and still ticking. Now there is a counter push from Invil also coming on the other side. But look at this now. These 907 that dropped on 3 line are actually making a great work on them, doing a lot of damage. Great plays coming in by GX15s, but still they're in inferior positions because they are forced to push, and Invil can allow themselves to farm the damage.
Yeah, Invil can allow themselves to farm the damage, but they're being hard-pressed here as the 907 push by GX15 Chieftains is going on. The EBR once more spotted here, and only 2 tanks here remaining in A2, but there is a 907 farming from the back. Conrad still alive here. They have to pick him up right now if they want to make this work. Indeed, Conrad goes down, but Ellie, he is on fire and not in a good way, and that is the last tank for GX15 Chieftains on the 1-2 lines to fall, as there is not much more remaining here. Yes, there is a chieftain in the back, but he's not going to contribute, and Invil so far standing strong in their defense despite double 907s taking a big pounding here on the A-line recross. And Invil, it seems they've taken a lot of map control. It almost looks like they're attacking.
Yep, Invil is actually now in control of the most of the map. So whatever happened in the start and whatever advantage the guys from GX15 managed to make by majority of map control, Invil actually connected their 2 parts of team. They're making a great crossfire. Time is ticking, 2.5 minutes left. GX15 has tanks all over the place now, and they don't really have the muscle needed to finish the game. They don't have that like fast enough tanks or with enough HP to do it. The only guy who has some HP is Dandley, but he's a guy who's permanently spotted in his chief in a hole, and simply there is nowhere to go where some of the Invil guys will just not shoot you.
Yeah, and Silent, he's in the E100 still. He's still holding the position he went to at the start of the game. Not even sure what the turbo on the E100 was supposed to achieve. But yeah, he does make an unfortunate peak now, does lose a lot of HP, and this prompts Pan's Fury into the repush and into winning the game here, as there is just too much here for Inbil to... for GX15 Chieftains to hold on. White Rock dropping down to a one-shot. Yeah, Piotr is taking one, but he doesn't mind, as he does get to pick up White Rock. And now it's only Vervi, Dandley and Banter here left for the team of GX15 Chieftains. And the Inbil players, the Polish powerhouse Inbil, they're just going to finish off that one in style. And after being down 0-1, they're coming back strong. 2-1. For Inbil after this game. I mean, yeah, 1 minute 20 on the clock, but Inbil is defending anyway, so they're not going to mind. They're going to take their sweet time, and finally, Dandley gets picked up. As I said, 2-1 the scoreline for Inbil.
A bit of turnaround in a match now after the strong performance of GX15, but I really wouldn't undermine them. Like, they're playing against one of the strongest teams in Europe, so frankly, GX15 are the guys who have to prove themselves here. And Inbil has to prove that they are not fallen or something, in their readiness. So they're taking the lead here, but considering how close are some of these games, I think there is still a lot to be said in this match. Still, this was a Prokhorovka. This map is by default biased toward the defender. So, because at the end of the day, if the defender makes correct calls, he will always have a crossfire on you. It's simply like that. What the hell happened there, David?
No!
He's actually one of their better players.
Dandley, what are you doing, my man? I said no tank would do above 5.7k damage, but he proves me wrong. 5,727.
How can you even bet that no one will do above 5.7, man, in 15 on 15? Are you crazy? Está loco?
Dandley, I'm gonna have to have a word with him later about this one. But yeah.
Didn't we already see someone with 5.8?
No. Everything was between 5 and 5.7k so far.
Okay.
But yeah, silent one shot. I'm honestly not sure what the E100 was thought to achieve and why he had a turbo. And
because you put turbo on every tank.
Yeah.
That's why.
I mean, yeah. Anyway, we are at the scoreline 2-1 for Inbil now. The Polish guys reclaiming their driving seat in this match, as I sort of predicted. At least I got that going for me. And yeah, we do see the push coming out by GX15 Chieftains here. And while it did manage to, I guess, surprise and split Inbil, those guys are just so resilient.
I don't think it surprised them, man.
Yeah.
Like, this setup is defense to is set up to work this way.
Karol also gets set on fire here. Okay, so unlucky for him.
I would say the only guy who made a mistake here is maybe Monster by staying on this side here, because it's simply not possible to survive there. But you cannot say they were surprised. The i7 they left there is pretty much the same role as Silent is playing on other side.
Yeah.
It's something to be killed while he's spotting. And he sold himself for one EBR and one medium. And other medium died after.
I mean, not the worst of trades here. And yeah, after that, it was just Inbil methodically taking positions, taking fire at the enemy tanks. Then there was one attempted 1-2 line repush by GX15 Chiefs, which, stood no chance of succeeding simply because the 907 in the A1 position behind the dead GW is just going to farm continuously until all the enemies are dead. And overall, on their defensive side, Inbil coming out with a good showing. GX, I never felt during the whole course of this match that they really had a chance to break it, simply because they were lacking information on the 1-2 line as well as the whole eastern side of the map. And yeah, if you ignore all of those things, then it's just not gonna work against a team of the caliber of Inbil. But yeah,
I think they did a good job, especially with those 907s going down the 3 line and cutting off the reinforcements of Inbil who were trying to cross. So there was interesting plays there, and they had a couple of tanks in the forest. It just wasn't enough. That's it.
Yeah.
But I would say the gameplay by itself was really decent.
Yeah, anyway, the sides are gonna get switched now. It's gonna be GX15 Chiefs defending. It's gonna be Inbil attacking, a role they are probably very comfortable with, and they're doing so with who else than Fortuna Pro in the RT261. Then we have WBR 1 STRV, we have 99907, 1CS, Quadruple Chief, 1279, and double IS7.
Here GX now playing with no RT but triple EBR, Gonzi, Panuka, and Silent Silencer. Yeah, someone else take this C100. I'm gonna do this. They have Ellie on STRV, and they're using again the E100, although they are defending this time. So I guess they're just using it instead of i7 because of higher HP pool, and they don't really care about silhouette that much.
Yeah, and what's very interesting here is that the attacker has an RT, the defender doesn't. So normally you would be expecting the defending team to be very, very aggressive. And indeed, some chieftains getting sent to the middle, 907s through the 1-2 line. No one getting sent to the east at all. But I think Invil, they're sniffing it out. They almost know what's supposed to happen. The 907s, they're not continuing on the 1-2 line so far. So passive-aggressive approach here by GX15 Chieftains.
It's still a good play. Interesting play by 15s. I wouldn't say this is a bad one. They established a lot of control on the map. They don't care that much about 261 because there is a limited time how much the 261 can work. Also, the direct hits by 261 cannot be measured like T92 when it hits someone or a GC, you know? So, all in all, they have a hefty HP pool, and keeping aggressive positions is good for them.
Also, both sides have that STRV, that Swedish TD that can just farm away at enemies as long as he manages to stay unspotted. And now spots being traded back and forth, and Gonzi has a very, very aggressive bush here in his EBR. Now there's blind shots coming out by Invil. I think they're expecting someone in the 1-2 line, but they're shooting the wrong positions. They're shooting E1 right now, whereas Gonzi is already in F1. My goodness, so aggressive by the EBR.
Very ballsy play coming in from GX15. Now they pressured with Panuka, the EBR of Invil, but they couldn't know how many tanks of Invil are there exactly. But they're already rotating 907s unspotted because they chased him away. Lokias has to run away, and he's barely running away on 400. He's on 70 HP now. He's struggling. He might even fall because he's going uphill. But yeah, he gets actually picked up by Panuka. Panuka up like literally deleted him from this game. So that leaves Piotr in the village and Monsterio on the hill, but they're blind now. Yep. They have no idea how many enemies are there behind, and this is making Invil not feel really cool. I can see that. Their other EBR is also possible one-shot.
Yes, and now we do see the 907s that were providing cover fire onto the enemy EBR of Invil. The 907s by GX15 Chiefs, they are rotating back into the 1-2 line where they expect a push to come through. But still, it's Invil playing control here, I think most people would call it. Gonzi, hey brother, in the 1-2 line is spotted out. Meanwhile, in the EBR, he's running for his life. He does take one more. He's a one-shot now, needs to be extra careful, destroying a lot of fences here. But yeah, I think he should be able to barely get away if Artie has nothing to say about it, and indeed the 261 doesn't pick him up. So yeah, GX15 Chieftains, after getting that one EBR on the eastern part of the map, good pick for them. They have sort of gone back into their default positions. It's just a lot of 907s on the 1-2 line. However, keep in mind there is no spotter in front of the 907s right now. One EBR is trying to establish a position. We'll see how he does.
Well, interesting enough, even after having an RT in the game, and even though the GX15 killed one of the tanks from Invil, and they have an E100 in their team, they're still down with HP. It's only 1k, but it's still a number. It's a good comeback for Invil that they dropped Gonzi on one shot. I'm sure they would be way happier if they actually dropped in lower, but in meantime, Giacchini was trying to enter the little ditch on F3, and he paid. Oh boy, he paid that. He is on 600 from full.
Yeah, but keep in mind there's no artillery here for GX15 Chieftains, so he should in theory be able to survive there indefinitely if he doesn't overextend, and also him taking a lot of damage means, yeah, he did the key hand once again. He traded HP for info, so Invil should know where all of the enemy tanks are, because a lot of them just shot at him, so if he is a good player, which I know he is, then he should relay all of this information, and there should be an a reaction coming in by Invil shortly, and we see the Chieftains in F5-6. They're playing more aggressive, and I believe on the 0 line there is a push being formed up by Invil. Now they're going down the 0 line with a 279, I believe.
Yeah, they need to take control of that part of the map so they can create some kind of a crossfire. Also, Invil is, while that's going on, controlling the forest really sternly. They're not allowing GX15 to move anywhere. It's gonna come down to the timer. And there is a reaction by GX15. They do not want to wait for that. That might have been a bait on the other side by Invil to make them actually react like that. And by the time they realize, it might be really too late, because there is really a lot of Invil tanks in a crossfire and cooldowns here.
Yeah, the 907's over pushing the IS-7 first here. Glassini in a dire spot. Fortuna Pro in the RT now spotted. He does get picked up. The STRV also spotted. Very, very bad times here for Invil, but we'll have to take a look at the HP of the 907s by GX15 Chieftains. If they are running out of HP here, then the 1-2 line repush is not going to find any success. Meanwhile, in the middle, gigantic Chieftain brawl going on. Attila desperately trying to get Rexa out of the game here. Both of the 907s just taking swings at each other, but it's going to be the 907s in the K1 corner, picking it up. But still, GX15 Chieftains, they need to press the issue. They don't have an RT. They cannot sustain a longer fight, and they're trying to seek the decision here at the moment.
This is a problem for GX15 now, because the guys who were on the other side, like Monsterio and 279, are coming into the play. Call Me Piotr will soon try to pressure them from that side, while CS will go and shoot them in their butts. So Invil pretty much stop them in their tracks, in their push into the forest, and now they're trying to make something happen. They need to make a good crossfires. There is 3.5 minutes remaining, but there is still an STRV from GX15 who can make some kind of damage, covering his teammates from there. Now they're crossing with everything they have on Call Me Piotr. They're gonna try to take him out. They took his Amarek, 1200 HP remaining. There is a lot of Chieftains pressuring to him, and the only guy who can effectively cover him is in CS from the back. That's not gonna be enough. He is going to fall, but will he fall fast enough?
Actually, one shot being fluffed here by one of the Chieftains from GX, and now we'll have to see Piotr doing one more shot, so nice showing by him. And yeah, we have to take a look at the HP now. It's GX15 Chieftains slightly ahead, make that very, very slightly, and now Invil in the driver's seat again, but Gonzi Heybrother, he has taken a very important position on the 1-2 line in the EBR, once again passively spotting it out, and the time is ticking here. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining for Invil to close it out, because they're attacking, they need to make it work, and they lost their artillery.
Yeah, this is a kind of a slow play at the moment, but everything is necessary because they don't have the chief Banter dying in that village. So one of the chiefs that we've seen is down. Vervi on one shot, 380. Possible one shot for this CS63 who can just pick him up. But the CS himself doesn't have the highest HP of them all, so he needs to be careful. Panuka is trying to cover that angle, but he will have to give it up very soon and focus on other side of the map. So they're trying to trench up and buy as much as time they can.
Oh, Panuka gets picked up from the Chieftains and the IS-7 combined fire down the 5 line, and now the Chieftain here in C8 for GX15 Chieftains. He's getting pushed. It seems to be Vervi down to a 2-shot, down to 52 HP. He should soon fall as he's in a crossfire. Gonzi Heybrother now also taking a more passive push here in the EBR, as Vervi on the other side is falling now, and big hits into Conrad. That's going to remove him, or put him down to a 1-shot at least. But Dandy Boeing also 66 HP. If someone as much as looks at him with HE, then he's gonna die here. And now the E100 Itox, he needs to turn around in his E100 as he's being shot at by A6 by the EBR, but as soon as he faces the EBR, I don't think that one has any chance of penetrating him anymore. And Monsteo, he might stand a chance to penetrate, but he needs to be careful not to get spotted. And with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining, Invil need to figure something out quick. They do get one more shot into Itox, but the STRV is still going strong at 1800 HP. Elia now drawing back in his STRV, trying to stay alive to get the win for his team. And yeah, Monsteo peeking once more. It's Panzfury from the back now, pummeling into Itox. Itox down to a 1-shot, but still 50 seconds on the clock. And yeah, Panzfury does get the pickup here, but still there are 4 tanks remaining here, 1 full HP STRV. And the problem for Soka is he cannot really overextend here. If he gets spotted, that that's bad news, as the STRV might pick him out. And yeah, the Sharks by Invil, they're closing in. Blood in the water, Denley falling as well. Gonzi, hey brother, he has the opportunity to make a run for it. And no, he doesn't, because there is an STRV, and that one's going down to the wire. But Ellie does get spotted in the STRV, and they are starting to shoot him. Gonzi goes down. Ellie, 1057 HP, does get one more pickup. It's 13 seconds remaining. Mentos not the tank with the highest DPM, and it's going to be Ellie getting tracked here. 7 seconds left on the clock. Ellie desperately trying to get away here, but the STRV, it only has armor in the front, and the Invil tanks, with less than 5 seconds, they do make it. It's going to be 3-1 Invil.
Well, he tried in the last to maybe be one of those guys taking the game by turning on the cloaking device and fading, but it just wouldn't work out. Invil, when it came to dropped number of HP and number of the guns in the game, actually brought a better gameplay than GX15. GX15 played really well and really did a good rotations. Taking out that EBR on start by Panuka and a couple of mediums was just amazing. It was just amazing, great to see. But Invil never lost their cool. They actually did a number on GX15, because once they charged Piotr down the hill, GX15 thought that it's a full push on other side, and they responded in regard, pushing their 907s down the forest, which was exactly what Invil wanted. That's how Invil actually came back to the game. They sold them a Mirage, and they profited from it. It's still, even like that, it came to the last seconds. Look at so many guys with so much damage, but most of them were one shot.
Yeah, let's see when he.
It's really a great player level to see that, because they all need to be self-aware how to help each other and how to stay alive. I'm gonna also mention the guy from GX15, this Attila guy. He plays really well, man. I watched him just now.
Yeah, so 9 minutes 59 seconds. Obviously, after every kill, there are 5 seconds added to the game. So the STRV,
9:59.
yeah, the STRV did get picked up at 9:54, so 6 seconds before the game ended.
It's just really great game, and a really good lesson for everyone how to maybe possible break something. I don't think if Invil was forced to push them straight away, I don't think they would win. I think they would lose, and they needed something like an edge, and they knew it. That's why they decided, okay, we're gonna throw Piotr there. I mean, he decided it probably, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, then whatever.
Yeah, and also that repush, I was just about to talk about it down the 1-2 line. I feel like GX15 Chieftains, they could have waited a bit more, and you're going to see the problems emerging very, very soonish here. As, yeah, they're finding Glacini now in the IS-7. They're going to find Soka, I believe, silent there in the EBR. He does spot the artillery. However, the artillery, he's doing the right thing. As soon as he gets spotted, he turns sideways, and then the STRV is basically impenetrable, and he can just farm the whole push on the 1-2 line to death. And yeah, those are the dying seconds here. It's just the Invil players trying to take out the one-shots. I'm not sure. Maybe Ellie should not have fired here, so he gets spotted a bit later and then he stays alive for longer. Is that maybe a possibility?
I don't think it's a possibility, because the angle where EBR was on his side, there is no cover between him and the EBR. Like he was spotted initially by EBR anyways and shot by him.
Yeah.
Like for him not to get spotted, he would need to be in a bush, but then EBR would just go in.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah,
so he would have to be sideways turn either here or here. Like
I guess
he cannot cover himself against the entire map.
Yeah, I guess then the biggest problem for GX actually was the repush down the 1-2 line that just got farmed to death by the STRV. They weren't able to clear K1, and
it was a bait they took. It was a bait they took.
Yeah.
That's it. Like that was the only Invil's winning hand, I think.
But yeah, all that being said and done, we are behind Himmels and Proco now. It's Invil leading 3-1, and the next map we're heading into is Sand River, picked by GX15 Chieftains. Should they pick up both maps or both games on their picked map, then we're heading to the tiebreaker. But yeah, first of all, they're gonna have to do that, as Invil is coming into this game here on Sand River with Fortuna Pro once again in the RT. Then we have double EBR, double CS63, and a lot of Chieftains.
One Superconk on GX15 side, one EBR, a gazillion of Chieftains, and one GCRT. We're going to also mention Invil is defending here, But this is one of the maps with swap spawns. So don't forget that. That's why we see that GX15 are on this side, which is usually the defense side, and Invil is from upper side of the map.
Yeah, and we see here now the EBR not running the CVS, the Commander's Vision system. Instead, he has low noise exhaust. Interesting choice here, possibly for passive scouting later on. The EBRs exchange some spots in the south here, and yeah, ooh, look at Domo taking one shot in the north in his EBR as well. And yeah, the CS in the middle is spotted here, one of them at least, for Invil. Big Arty shell coming out by Fortuna Pro, hitting a lot of the chieftains by Invil, so yeah, both sides well aware of what's happening. The East, the attacking side, they're trying to make something happen here with a lot of chieftains on the lower side, and there is going to be a plethora of the Invil chieftains to greet them.
Well, I would say this side of the map is kind of better maybe for GX15s, because if they manage to pressure out Invil tanks a little back, then their RT will work way better than Invil's one. Invil should be also very aware of that, so they're focusing a lot of their chieftains there. They have only one on other side of the map and 2 CSs, but you know Invil, they rotate fast, so those CSs were meant there to do some initial damage and probably then just join their friends. So we need to see now how will this envelop. Will actually like Invil stay here and take the damage, or will they try to pressure them? Call Me Piotr is doing some proxy spotting, so there are some side shots coming in from the guys from Invil, but Manitos takes so much damage, 1200, couple of connections coming in there, so he's like on 89 HP. This is not something Invil needed to see.
Yeah, they definitely didn't want to see that here. Mentos finally unspotted yet again in the middle, and we do also see what the Super Conk is for. He's positioned behind the chieftains on the K line, so he's just coming in with his better DPM, and he can more easily spread his alpha damage because he has less. So yeah, he can just pick up those one-shots so much quicker than the chieftains. So far, Invil holding strong here in the south, but the problem is they are a lot more bunched up for the artillery of GX15 chieftains, so Bunter probably having a good time right now. But yeah, that time is limited, 7 minutes 30, and it's going to be GX15 chieftains that need to make something happen, and they're trying to do so on the A line, where there's one EBR, one chieftain, plus Triharderino in his chieftain, also in D7.
I would say they did a good progress so far. I mean, those shots on Mentos were amazing. So Invil completely lost the entire spot on the middle side of the map. Now, GX15 doesn't know that yet, but there is still 7 minutes. That's not a small time. If they manage to push back Invil forces more back, as I said already, Invil will actually be on a back foot, because RT will have way worse angles, and GX15 will be in good cooldown.
And indeed, there seems to be a push rolling in the south. It's going to be a lot of hull down tanks against each other. I would love to see what's going on right now. The HP are falling, and they're not falling in Invil's favor. GX Chieftain, 15 Chiefs slightly ahead here. Call Me Piotr trying to do what he can, but Nico, he's over-peaking. He's picking him up as well. And the hull down brawl, it seems to be going on, and the repush is coming in by the tanks of Invil, by the purple team here. White Rock falling to David Go, and now the Invil tanks, they have no plan to stop. Conrad stopped forever here in this game though, and are the tanks for Invil going to be enough to overpush? We're going to have to see the CSs now coming in from the north side. They're trying to create a numerical advantage. Both of those CS tanks providing so much HP and so much DPM here. Nico, the last guy standing in this pocket for GX15 Chieftains, and I think Invil, they have done it here on the lower side.
Yeah, the initial push, what it looked was a GX15 advantage, but that's just because they focused out some tanks on the start. But Invil had more guns and tanks grouped there, and CSs were already on the way. While GX15 had a lot of stranded guns on the upper side of the map, like a couple of chieftains that are completely useless. I just might say, like, I loved, like, when that CS jumped over the ridge, I think it was like Monster or someone, he just got tracked and died in an instant. That looked amazing, but it didn't help the case for GX15 that much.
I mean, yeah, he probably wins the prize for awesome play of this game.
Best jump of the day.
Best jump of but that one might maybe go to one of the raid players, if you get me. But yeah, Invil trying to solidify their hold in the south now.
But that was dive. This is jump.
But yeah, as I said, Invil now trying to solidify their hold in the south, and Banta in the RT needs to be careful. He's spotted now in the Kong GC, and despite Invil finding a lot of tanks in the south, the HP still sort of even. Invil slightly ahead on their defensive side, but yeah, the RT, I don't think he's gonna get out here. Banta taking one shot by Karolf, retaliating, but Karolf doesn't care. He's pressing W, and he's gonna pick up the RT if no miracle happens here. And the RT is such a big asset. As soon as it's gone, the desperation is just gonna grow here for the team in the baby blue.
Oof. I bet Bunters heard that call of Valkyries coming from him from the distance, while Karolf was just providing him with the, well, deserved death. I think he should have ran a bit earlier. Anyways, Soccer, Panzer Fury, and Glassini are holding the Invil lines on the dunes. Karolf is a sturdy hold down in the base of GX15 themselves. There is pretty much nothing they can do anymore. Panuka is the only guy on full HP. Out of the two guys remaining, try Harderino, let's see. Nope! It's gonna be a ground shot, so that leaves poor Panuka alone. Maybe you can do a triple Kolobanov here if you win this.
Yeah, Panuka spotted out, however, and there's a Chieftain coming his way. The Chieftain should have the reload, so Panuka is going to go down a little
Never
more.
give up, never surrender.
Even HE connection coming in by Karolf, so good stuff. And he's not even going to kill Karolf as Mentos from the backlines, from downtown, able to pick up the last guy in this match here. And I think we failed to mention that Invil is with this on a 4-1 scoreline. And as we are in the upper bracket, best of sevens, this means congratulations for Invil for advancing one more game. And in turn, it's gonna be GX15 Chieftains dropping down to the lower bracket. And if we think about the tournament structure, I mean, I think the final match of the day is going to be Nomi against GX Raid, if I'm correct.
Let's see who was qualified where. Yeah, because GX International actually through the group stage qualified higher. It should be like that. You should be correct, sir.
And yeah, Karolf, perfect game. 10 out of 10 out of 10. What a guy, what a man. Fortuna Pro, he did set someone on fire, but yeah, still admirable. The game didn't go that long, and he still has almost 4K. That guy just knows how to, point and click. Other than that, damage spread fairly evenly distributed, except for Monster, who basically came in on the lower side, and but he did provide a target for the enemies to shoot at least
he did provide a good content
and
also.
Silent there doing a reaction cosplay, I guess.
I think Silent was the one shot by Artie.
Possibly.
In the start.
Possibly.
Of the push. So he paid the price.
And we do actually see that the Super Conk is stronger than the Chieftain confirmed.
Well, if you put him in a backline where he doesn't have to play like turret versus turret against Chief and he can farm damage, he has a better gun in every possible way. So yeah, it always helps. I mean, mixing some super conquerors if you don't have to go super fast anywhere, it's always good, man. And even if you stick a turbo on the super conk, he can even move around. So that's not a bad choice to have one or two of them in a games where you don't have to go that fast in. It doesn't have to be 15 Chieftains all the time.
Talking about GX15 Chieftains, as I said, they're gonna get relegated down to the lower bracket. However, as they were the higher seed compared to their other team from GX Raid, they don't have anything to play anymore today. Instead, the last game we're gonna see is gonna be the Polish team of Nomi against the German team of GX15 Chieftains. And yeah, this was the push that sort of...
Raid.
Huh? GX Raid, I'm sorry, yeah. Too much GX all over the place. But yeah, this was the push that decided it all here for Invil. And I loved the reaction of the CSs. They were in the...
And there is Monsterio in the back.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah,
foot downs.
Say what you want. The CSs, they came all the way from A2 to then provide the overmatch against the Chieftains from GX 15 Chieftains. Oh, my goodness. But yeah, that was what I think turned the tide of battle completely and decisively in favor.
But it was visible that Invil was playing like that from the start. The positions of CSs, even before this, when they thought there will be an initial push of GX15s, they also tried to go there, then they turned around and went on the other side of the map when they saw nothing is happening. And as soon as the push started, that's why they have them. Like, that's Invil. They like to join forces fast. So it was part of their plan. They wanted something like this to happen, I guess.
Yep,
So
indeed.
they kind of baited GX15 to come. The different thing would be if this was a 15-minute game,
Yeah.
GX15 would not have to push now.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that was quite an exciting match to watch, and there was a lot of things going on. I'm sure both of us missed one or two small things there. So we're gonna hand over to Svit and Ikibu for the time being to see what we all missed.
Who won the guess?
Welcome back, and thank you very much, and thank you for staying with us and watching the Clan Rivals sponsored by Cooler Master going on. There we saw that I got another prediction wrong. How are you looking on that one, Svitman? So, oof.
I'm still winning 2-1 above Mojo, so all is good so far.
So far, so good. Okay,
So far, so
it's,
good.
it's on the last one that this is going to be changing there. Yeah, so there we could see Invil securing. I don't know. I felt the games were a lot closer than the kind of like the scoreline shows overall.
Yeah, the games were fairly close in like the starts, but there were like mistakes here and there from both of the teams. But the more mistakes were done by the GX15 Chiefs team, and in the end, it was the end of them in the upper bracket. Because Invil, even though they made some mistakes, the mistakes weren't as big and as numerous, so they were able to pick the games up. There were some questionable repushes from the GX15 Chiefs team, and so we are going to see them in the replays. But yeah, Invil played very, very, very strong, apart from those few small mistakes, and they secured their spot in the upper bracket final against Fame that's going to be played tomorrow.
A fairly interesting game, I'm sure, will appear from there. For those that haven't already seen, Twitch drops will still be available. It's still happening. Make sure you claim those. Gleam link is still being shared in chat very regular, where you can enter into it to get some free goodies, free giveaways, free cool stuff. And make sure you join the Cooler Master Discord server, where they also have a giveaway going on there right now for a fairly large prize. I suggest you check it out at the very least to see what's happening. So here you can see the drops that there's plenty to go around. All you have to do is to watch up to 4 hours. Make sure you claim your stage prizes, because if you don't claim it, it will not progress. So you've got to make sure you claim it. You can't mute the stream. It has to be active and up and awesome. So I believe we have the replays on the way sometime soon. So we're just waiting for those to appear. Now, as we get ready for those, how are you feeling about Raid versus Nomi?
Raid versus Nomi is... I don't think the Nomi is... Oh, replays are here. So in the first game, we are seeing the strong repush by the GX15 Chiefs team from the hill. They went very strong on the hill, and they had lower number of tanks on the lower side. But they were able to hold very, very well against the Invil push. So when the tanks from the hill came down, the hammer struck, and Invil just disappeared because they didn't have enough tanks to hold the push from the GX15 team. It was a very nice strategy. They were able to basically came down in the perfect timing, so the game was decided very convincingly. Now we are seeing the push of Invil team on the hill, and basically is basically the same game as the previous one, with the teams from the north pushing to the south base. But in this one, Invil, instead of going back, they went for the base of GX15 Chiefs team, and they were successful in capping it. We are going to see the cap race in just a second.
Yep.
And the E100 from the Invil team and several other tanks like 50Bs were able to get back and defend the cap very well. And unfortunately for the GX team, they weren't able to defend their base. Yeah, we are just now seeing the race in progress, where the 50B of Piotrix is able to reset, but Banter from the GX team is not able to. And that basically decided the game. Yeah, the cap races on Himmels are quite often, because it's super easy to just drive down the hill and go for the base. But now we are seeing the defending team to claim the victory. And in Proco, there were, from the GX team, there were both questionable pushes with the 907s. Here comes the first one in the 5-6 line that basically split the map in half for the defending team. But because there wasn't really any other push that was happening, you see all the tanks on the 1-2 line just sitting idle, waiting for something to happen, which something didn't happen. So they were just throwing the 907s away for just like Monstrio that was just selecting the wrong side of the rails. And now we are seeing Nico and Itox dying for free without basically trading anything back. And now we are seeing the second push that failed with the 907s. It's the 1-2 push where the Chief and the STRV in the corner on K1 are basically able to hold super well with GX tanks just losing HP. And in the end, the 1-2 push died. Everybody died from the pushing force, and Invil was able to secure the K1 and in the end secure the win by killing everybody in the last few seconds. As you can see now, GX team just didn't have enough tanks to hold for long enough, and you are seeing the STRV. One thing I can point out is Ali in the STRV. Usually you have the trees around him that you break down, so you have bushes. Because if you break the tree on the ground and you have the top of the tree on the ground, it acts as a bush. But the trunk that's on the bottom doesn't. So because the trees were still up, he didn't have the camo spot for him. So that might have decided the battle. Now we are seeing the overpush from Invil. And the decisive factor in this battle was 3 chiefs that are missing from the GX team, while there is only 1 chief missing from the Invil team. So they have 2 tanks extra in this fight, and that basically decided the firefight after a little bit lucky shot from Fortuna setting Silent on fire. But the main deciding factor in this battle was the overmatch of 2 tanks for the Invil team. And that's the game between Invil and GX.
So yeah, as we were just saying before the replay started clocking up and we're waiting for the cast to get ready, I see that you're being very relentless against Nomi there, against Raid. What kind of games are you expecting to see here?
Well, Team Raid played very well against Fame. Even if the score wasn't that giving, the games were really close. And we saw the performance in the groups where Nomi and Tents were not really comfortably third place, but like they were a third place in the groups. And GX Raid played very well in the groups. So just from the games I saw today, I don't think the Nomi stands to standards of the upper bracket that was GX Raid.
So I'm still hoping Nomi picks up at least 1 round. Just one. Just one will be okay.
Yeah, they are going to play Sand River and Cliffs, so definitely, especially on Cliffs, it's 50-50. The decision between tanks going up, tanks going down is going to decide a lot in the start, and there is a lot of luck involved in selecting the right number of tanks going up and down. So we might see a Cliff, but Sand River is a very methodical map where I think GX is going to take the 2-0 there.
Okay, thank you very much for another awesome analysis. Again, make sure you claim your drops, make sure you follow the Gleam link, make sure you enter into all the cool things and join the Colour Master Discord. And we will pass you over to the awesome duo for the final game with Keyhand and Mojo for Nomi versus Raid.
And hello there, and welcome back to Mojo and me here at the caster's desk. And
don't you agree with everything that Mojo said on previous screen, Keith? Did you see that brilliant analysis? I'm multiplying myself.
Absolutely, 200 IQ, 5 head in the chat. But yeah, we are gathered here together to watch the final game of the day. Keep in mind it's lower bracket, so best of 5. We are gonna watch Raid against Nomi. We saw Raid earlier today in a match against Fame, where they had a lot of close matches but didn't manage to, get it quite over the line there. And yeah, Nomi, who we saw take the dub earlier against Tense, another German team that is already eliminated. So let's see if Nomi can keep it up with eliminating German teams, or if it's going to be GX Raid avenging their brethren from Tense. And we see the community predictions coming in, and yeah, they are sort of reflecting my own opinion as well. About 2/3 for Raid, 1/3 for Nomi. I think I personally predicted 3-1.
We need to see, will Nomi actually manage to do another runaway to the victory kind of game, or they are going to have to make themselves work harder for it. We can see pick and bans now here, guys. The picked maps this time, Sand River, Cliff, and Malinovka. In case of what? Best of 7? Isn't this best of 5?
This should be best of 5 normally.
There should be Sand River and Cliff and Prokhorovka.
I think Malinovka will just count it out as
that's
banned,
just,
and Proko is...
That's just like a glitch.
Let me just
forget about it.
Yeah.
Forget about it. So we have like Muro, Himmelsdorf, Ensk, Malinovka, and Live Oaks banned. As we said, this is a lower bracket match, guys, so it's best of 5. The upper bracket matches and the final game of the tournament will be best of 7 all. This one is best of 5, and one of these teams will end their participation in this tournament after this match. So Raid, a double-time winner of Clan Rivals tournaments against a Nomi, who doesn't have that kind of a track record. Will Nomi, the Polish team, be actually able to stand down to the Germans? We will see. The opening map will be the Sand River. Raid will be attacking, and the Nomi will be the defending. Don't forget, switch spawns.
Yeah, and Raid is coming in with double RT. It's going to be Smiley in the Conk GC and Magical in the GW, respectively. Then
I mixed up Manio with that guy.
And yeah, double EBR coming out for Raid, and the rest is going to be Chieftains. Well, Nomi, meanwhile.
Well, Nomi playing their defensive side here. Hey, what a surprise. He has a bunch of Chieftains, but they actually have quite a lot of mediums, which is not something you that often see on this map, because when you have Chieftains, people usually just take turbos on them and go with the flow. So we have a couple of CSs on that side, and this side is completely wrong and showing wrong names, but it doesn't matter. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mediums and only 1 EBR on Nomi side.
Yeah, and now the observer is actually right. We see 1 RT shell already landing onto the Chieftains in the middle, so they're spotted already, probably by YOLO Extremist. Matrak trying to put in some damage, some spots into him, and I believe YOLO Extremist just got wheeled by one of the 907s. He does spot the second one, though, so he should know that it's about time to go. He does get wheeled yet again. The EBR, the cat with the 9 lives, jumping and bouncing around, but making it out. Meanwhile, Hannes in the south, clearing the ambush for the Raid tanks here. There is a lot of Chieftains moving down, but Raid has some defensive ones as well near their own base. And yeah, as Raid is attacking, they need to make something happen, and they're taking some map control at the moment.
There will be a new shooter game, you know, where you carry wheels instead of armor. Like when you buy the next level armor, it's going to be a wheel you carry around. So EBRs, the immortal ones, they are doing their best. Ichuk actually taking so much damage in this Chieftain now by Arti, a great connection. Let's not forget there is 2 artists from Raid compared to 1 of Nomi, and Nomi is actually doing everything to just give Ichuk for free away. I don't know what kind of gameplay damage it is this. Like Ichuk is here not covered by pretty much anyone except by 1 Arti. That's not even remotely enough.
Yeah, and he takes
this is just like a free farm.
Yeah, he's down to 342. He's trying to do what he can to stay safe, but to be honest, yeah, just no possibility here. The arties from Raid doing their work here, picking up Ichuk. That's 1 asset removed for the defending team of Nomi. They have a lot of tanks in the northeastern side, however, and there is only 1 heavy tank directly beside them, but there is some Chieftains to cover.
I don't understand this kind of map control of Nomi. I have so many guys on the upper side of the map. Like, they have such a presence here and here, but they have a couple of guys here on the map just cut off. Like, they can't even run away because they will instantly be spotted from the light here, and they will be shot to pieces, like in their asses and whatever. So what they're forcing themselves now is, because the guys know where they are, they will just spot them with turrets and whatever, and RT will farm. And then when Nomi has like -3 or 4 tanks, the Raid will just come and, you know, bury them under the ground, what's left of them. So they need to start doing something now if they want to come back in the game, because they're not just 3 HP down, KHP, they're already outplayed tactically by far.
Yeah, they are outplayed simply by the fact that there are two arties for Raid, and both of them seem to know what they're doing so far. Just every shot yielding result after result after result, and it's still 6.5 minutes to go, so at least 3 more minutes for the arties to work. Benzo not connecting on the cupola, but then again, his first and foremost task is to keep the chieftain spotted, just so the arties can hit. Marcel... actually, Alka getting picked up on the other side, so the zero line push here for Nomi is rolling. The Arty still supporting the West here, but we need to get a look at what's happening on the zero line. Both of the chieftains here seem to be retreating for Raid from their what used to be camper positions. Marcel, he's down 3 crew members. It's only the driver remaining in the chieftain here, so he's not going to do a lot. Yeah, he tries to snap that one, but it's not going to connect. Actually, he does bounce one shot here as well, and he's also tracked, so he did still have the rep kit available, but he doesn't have his crew members. He does get picked up in return, and now the Nomi tanks, they're knocking onto the doorstep of Raid here on the zero line, but Raid, they have a lot of defensive chieftains here. The EBR, Miku, he goes down for Nomi, and Raid with the defensive position still in the east, still up a lot of HP, and they're starting to overpush the Nomi base.
And also Nomi is pushing on the side desperately into the Raid base, but Raid left the door open, but they put also a foot there, so the tanks from Nomi cannot run away. There is an overmatch of Raid tanks on every single possible part of the map you can imagine. They have the good crossfires, they do have the cooldowns, and Nomi is just like kind of struggling, trying to do something because they feel they must, but there is nothing else left to do.
Yeah, it is just little skirmishes all over the map, and in the middle and in the west at the Nomi cap, they do have the complete overmatch. At their own base, Raid is sort of hard-pressed, but the thing is there is triple chieftain now going into the cap for Raid. There is still Manio in the Arty who can reset, but he has 20 seconds on the clock still to reload, and then there need to be spots coming in, but no one is very close to provide those spots, so he will have to blind reset here with 60 seconds still going, and Raid at their own cap, I think they're making it work here. The defensive chieftains working out kills, just going left, right and center for the team in the yellow jerseys. Prstipan, one last try by me to pronounce his name, probably also going wrong, and it's going to be 1 second, 0 seconds. Raid take the first game on Sand River.
Well, capping points used to reflect VN8 a long time ago, but the game is shorter. Manio is left alive in this game. 1-0 for Raid, a very decisive victory, not even a hint of a doubt from pretty much first minute who will win it. It was just a matter of closure. They had the game under control in both tactical and player-wise at all times. Like Nomi, after picking their initial strat and playing it out, were just forced to some decisions that would never work out. So good play by Raid at the moment, but we need to see now they will be defending, which is actually on this kind of map inferior side. How will they actually face off against Nomi?
Yeah, we see the damage numbers coming in, and Hannes in the EBR.
By almost 3k, 2.7, very nice.
Pretty good, pretty good. Also the Arty's up there, whereas the Nomi Arty only had 1100, I believe. So not a good...
It's a good spread of damage here all over the Raid team, you can see that.
Yeah, it's being
like reflected. The only guy who did nothing more or less is Alka, but he was pushed by like 7 or 8 tanks, so he was like, oh, click, die.
Yeah. But in the end, to be mentioned, it was just the little skirmishes all over the map that erupted once basically GX Raid had assumed complete control over the map everywhere, and they could take the engagements wherever they wanted.
I would say there was just 2 clashes. Like one was in a Raid base and one was in a Nomi base. There was not that many little skirmishes all over. So Raid let them come into their base, they retracted the tanks, created a crossfire, and then just farmed them. On the other hand, they had better and bigger number of tanks in the Nomi base itself, so they just overpushed them with sheer power and killed them. And that's all the consequence of the things we've been saying from the start. Like, Nomi played against double RT, and they did kind of a questionable positioning of tanks, sacrificing even some. I mean, maybe they were hoping that Raid will like, oh, we kill this tank and then do a massive push on the other side, and then they just waltz into an empty Raid base. How was that ever going to happen? So from the start, Raid was like 1 step ahead, and it was very visible.
Yeah, and that all being said and done, as you said, the Sides are going to be switched now. Raid is going to defend from what nominally is the sort of weaker side, but we have seen a lot of good plays coming out of the defenders today already. So I'm very interested what's going to happen, and also keep in mind if Raid takes this second victory, then they're already going up to a match point, as it's then going to be a 2-0 and the best of 5. So Nomi, obviously they don't want to let that one happen, and I think they're going to be sort of hard pressed to make it work, considering the first game we just saw.
Well, so far they're going to have to do like triple amount of effort based on what they've shown so far. So let's see. Like the reality can be sometimes really cruel and harsh. Nomi did good on the start of the match. They managed to pass tenths. It was a tiebreaker victory. It was a runaway victory, but it was still a victory. And here, I don't think like Raid will want to let them anything like that happen. And Raid, as we already said, is a team who knows how to come back from the loser bracket and actually even take the tournament. So if Nomi wants to win this, we need to see some better planning. Like you cannot have this was sloppy. This could work probably against many clans, but Raid is not any clan.
Indeed, Raid certainly is not any clan. I believe it's gonna take a little while longer for the match to start. If we can pull up the bracket once more, if that's possible, then we're gonna be able to see what happened so far today. Let's just go over this really quickly. So obviously the team we are seeing right now, Nomi, earlier today in the first match actually, they were able to take the tiebreaker victory, as we said, over Tense, who are now eliminated from the tournament. Then we did see Fame winning against Raid, and I have to say so far those were the closest matches, or the closest match, even though the score doesn't even suggest it. And then Invil was able to best GX15 Chiefs, so this leaves us with GX Raid in the match we see now against Nomi. And I believe we're about ready to hop into the second game on Sand River, where GX Raid is gonna be defending and YOLO is gonna be attacking. And we're gonna have to see. Raid coming in with one RT only, double EBR, 2 907s, double CS, and the rest is Chiefs.
Nomi playing with a 279. Okay.
It's not that unusual, I think, by the attacker to put a 279 sort of in
I don't know about that.
H8.
I know, but it kind of makes it a bit passive, you know, it's not really a rotational tank. I mean, Jordan showed us he can play heavies really well, but what can you do with 279 on this map? It remains to be seen now, especially against a mobile team like Raid. Raid does really fast rotations. We also have, again, more mediums on side of both teams. That's a peculiar one because now we have like 4 on each side, and we do have 2 EBRs on Nomi. No, Nomi has 3. And we have 2 EBRs on Nomi side and 2 on Raid. So let's see what will those little buggers do. Hannes is gonna meet Matriarch very soon, point blank.
Parofos
and
is on
Mickey.
fire here. He took a lot of damage in the EBR, and by the way, Jordan took 1 arty shell in the 279 and lost immediately 2 people. Was able to bring them back though. And we do see Raid here in the south with a half-committed push with Chieftains. Their EBR is gonna take 1 shot for his troubles, but what Raid doesn't know is that there is a lot of Chieftains by Nomi as well, and as we all know, the southern side favors the eastern spawn here, just by the shape of the dunes. The Raid tanks are going to be clogged up here, but Alka is going to be able to get the ignite on one of the 907s on the other parts of the map, and Raid also, meanwhile, through the dried out riverbed, they're pushing 2 907s onto Marcel in his Chieftains, trying to take him out of the picture right away. Also, Raid not really wanting to commit to this fight here. They're sending a lot of Chieftains back, so it's going to be a multi-layered defense against this push by Nomi, and in comes that push with a lot of Chieftains and double CS to crossfire as well, but it's only Benzo that they're going to be able to pick up immediately.
Well, Osmium is trying to buy also sometimes, but both of them will die sooner or later. But there is a big cry from the Raid. They're buying a lot of time there. They're gonna leech a lot of HP from Nomi there, and then they're gonna plan to counter push them with the remaining Chiefs. While that is going on, there is a big struggle, as already Key said, in the waterbed. They're trying to pick up the Chieftain. Marcel is still alive on 300 HP. That was the guy, if you remember, from the last game who had 3 crew members dead. So not a lucky match for him. 50 HP remaining. Double 907s are trying to pursue him, and his friends are nowhere to be found. He is like stuck in that little ditch pretty much alone with only remote support from his teammates.
Yeah, and the problem here for Nomi is that they don't really want to commit in here, but that makes them very, very vulnerable for the Artie and Benzo here. Nice shots into the CS. We just saw him do his second shot into him. And yeah, the CS is now trying to go away here. Yeah, Benzo overall, just very, very nice performance here. He does shoot the ground once more, so the sand is dead. But Raid, they are defending. They are 4k HP up. The tanks are even, and they're sending one more Chieftain down the middle. It's Baron. You see at the bottom left of the screen right now. Rerolls down to a one-shot, but Baron should be able to provide some nice crossfire here. He's going to be very, very close to the 907 of Nomi, and the 279 meanwhile has gone down. Yeah, the 907 and the 279, yeah, both of them out of the picture. And the problem is, while the struggle in the southwest is still continuing, with both sides really, they can't do anything there, Raid is slowly securing Nomi's base here.
Yeah, Raid is pretty much closing in like a python all over the map. They're just strangling Nomi wherever you can see on the map. There is already 3 to 4 KHP advantage. They're sternly controlling the clutch of the Nomi tanks there. They thought they will have an advantage there, but you couldn't even pick up Benzo or anyone else because they are really well positioned in cooldown to make them pay for that push. Now Nomi is kind of in a dire position. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. They're attacking. And they don't have a single place which they can say, okay, we are firmly controlling this.
Yeah, and Benzo here, the one-man army, just controlling the entire front line at the moment. He's just doing everything, spotting, dealing damage, blocking damage. He's almost like a Mauerbrecher. And yeah, Raid, they don't really need to do anything. If the trades keep going like they have, they're completely fine. They are defending, they're up 4k HP, and so far, if Benzo keeps playing like he does at the moment, they shouldn't be in any kind of trouble. Sokol here, spotting, not going for the overpeak onto Osmium, and Osmium still holding strong here. And yeah, Benzo there, the first guy in this battle, I think, to go over 3k. One more shot into Kokos, and now the cap has started for Raid because one of the EBRs went through, and oh, that was a misplay by YOLO Extremist, I guess, as Miku is able to pick him up. And yeah, Osmium taking one more, he's going to be down to a one-shot. Ricochet from the middle, able to retaliate onto the Chieftain, and yeah, Osmium finally falls to the artillery, but Benzo, he's still holding strong here, and the HP, they have sort of, you know, gone a little back, but Raid is still in favor, and yeah, the tanks are 3 and 3 down for both sides at the moment.
Yeah, let's not forget part. Nomi is the team attacking here while they're on their high defense. They are stuck in the corner, they're stuck all over that K line, but they still don't seem to find a way how to actually penetrate the choke that Raid has on them. Yes, YOLO did a kind of, how did you say it, a key hand trade for information, but it doesn't really matter at the moment because they can clearly see where everyone in the Nomi team is. Nomi will be forced sooner or later to decide and push one spot or to try to combine and push like 2 places in a map in the same time. But a lot of their tanks are below half HP, and it's going to be very hard to make it work. And as the time goes by, you can see they're just constantly bleeding some damage. You go here, you take a little shot here, you take a little shot there. By the time they're actually supposed to push, they will have very few people who are able to do it. Oh, Karol paid like 1k for this.
Oh yeah, Karol, that's not going to be good for his team, as now Raid again up 6k. Benzo finally down to a one-shot, but the Artie just fired on him, so it's going to take some more time. And the problem is Nomi, they were giving up the positions close to Benzo. They're trying to go back to their own cap. They're expecting a push of some sort there, I guess, but that's not going to come, as we see with the observer cam. And Nomi, I think they're out of options and they're out of ideas as well. At least that's what it looks like to me at the moment.
It looks like they just want to rotate and try to push from the other side. Maybe take control of the upper side of the map and pressure Nomi Raid like that by keeping a couple of guys here and then doing a pincer. It's like a last-ditch resort. If they catch a couple of guys from Raid, manage to kill them on the way, like taking control of the middle and upper side of the map, good. If it doesn't, they're already in a dire situation and they must do something, because if the time ticks out, they are gone.
Yeah, and we see now a desperate effort here by one CS and one Chieftain here through the 7 line for Nomi, while they keep bleeding everywhere on the map for some reason. And also on the zero line, there's a medium going to drive off the EBR. So within the last 2 minutes and 35 seconds they will have in this game here, they will try to sort of secure the north. But in the meanwhile, look what's happening in the southwest. All of the chieftains that Raid has there that were waiting in the back lines, they're being pushed up. And I think the chieftains for Nomi, they are going to be so low in HP that they're going to be hard-pressed to hold that push even.
Yeah, even if Raid doesn't really push them that hard, Raid can still hold their base from distance, because even the forces that are rotating have a limited amount of material they can work with. There is Ichuk, the guy who was sacrificed to Arti in a start of the first map, but there is this push of Raid you were mentioning already. 1, 2, 3 guys of Nomi died. They were just the blips on the map and they just disappeared immediately. Timmy is on 1 shot, All Kings is 2 shot, but we can see Aladine, Daddy Bunze on pretty high HP, Sokol surviving on 1 HP, but that's not gonna last for long.
Yeah, 1 HP and a dream for Sokol, but I don't think he's gonna live to see the how this tail ends. Indeed, he does get picked up, and keep in mind, guys, it's Raid on the defense. They don't... if something goes wrong at this point in time, they can just say, hey, okay, then we don't press W anymore. I think they're just pressing W for the fun of it, because 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock still remaining, but the HP for Nomi, 2,000 spread over 4 tanks and an artillery piece. Daddy Bunza actually getting set on fire here, so he's gonna fall, but it's not gonna matter here. Matrak trying to run through the middle, Smiley going towards the arty position, probably reloading HE at the moment to try to one-shot him, and we are gonna see... no, it was APCR actually. He does ram kill the arty, and it's only Miku remaining here in the EBR in his own base, and I believe he's about to not jump to his own death.
Well, there is not one way this game can end. You know, he cannot run away to victory. So there is 36 seconds for someone to find him, or whatever comes first. The time and the jump of a day, definitely. Okay, this will be better. When you jump and shoot, that goes better than jump and get stomped. So 2-0 for Raid. Again, very decisive victory. Nomi nowhere to be found on tactical level compared to them, or even on player level, I would say. Like, the guys from Raid simply react faster and better. You could see, like, when there was a Nomi pressure from a high number of tanks, how Benzo and couple of guys from his surroundings just took the surrounding dunes. They know how the map works really well. They positioned themselves, created a crossfire to make Nomi pay hard price in blood. And if they push, so Nomi didn't dare, and then they were stuck again. Total damage.
Yeah, and
yikes.
Look, Benzo doing something for his gun mark here. 5.9k damage plus another 2k assistance. So really a one-man army in that southwestern position here. Daddy Bunza not far behind, 4.7k and 3 kills to his name. And yeah, other than that, pretty even damage spread. Obviously, some tanks for Raid are going to deal a little less damage if you have 2 tanks dealing over 10k combined. But yeah, overall, good stuff here from GX Raid, and Nomi, they need to make something happen in this next game, as so far they did not only not win a game, they were not even close to doing so.
Yeah, it's really hard to imagine what will happen, but it's Cliff. Next map is Cliff, guys, so a lot of things can happen there, but usually the more decisive team and the one that actually reads the map better in a split second wins. Like, on the paper, Raid should be such team, but paper versus reality, you know, that's not always a realistic thing. So let's see what happens there. This is a match point. Nomi has nothing to lose. They have only to gain if they try to win this game, because they're already almost out of the tournament.
Yeah, as we do see the pick and bans again, disregard Malinovka once more. It is confirmed. It's just going to be Cliff and Prokhorovka as a tiebreaker. And yeah, Prokhorovka we can possibly disregard as well, because Nomi, I mean, yeah, Sand River was Raid's map pick, but so far, just by judging how the individual engagements between the players and also the tactical positioning went, if Raid don't do gigantic misplays on Cliff, I have a hard time envisioning Nomi making it through Cliff to even get to Proko.
Frankly, I can't say I've even seen Raid in these 2 games do something very drastic. Those were really standard plays. Like, there was nothing revolutionary on that Sand River. The tactics were quite standard, something you can see in regular clan wars, something that you can see in regular advances, and it was more than enough. Cliff, on the other hand, does require a lot of thinking ahead and a lot of quick reactions, and we need to see what will happen there. Like, Raid had struggled a lot in previous games against Fame. Fame had upper hand, but Fame had some brilliant moments of individual plays also, which you remember. Like Sweetman also pointed out, like the position of Duck of Death, panning 12 of 12 with CS, hello. Like Rizek panning like 2 shots from distance with EPR in the side, while Raid was pushing, like things like that decide the match. Like, will Nomi have something like that in them? Will they have that good planning and players' reactions against Raid? That remains to be seen, but based on what we've seen so far, very hard.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for them. But as I predicted 3-1, I want Nomi to put at least the next round on the board, just so I can finally, get one prediction right on this first day of the Clan Rivals Summer Assault. But that remains to be seen. I will have to check who's going to be. Okay, so
I think this is the only game where we one-sidedly pick Raid, all 4 of us.
Okay, so Raid's gonna be attacking first on Cliff. So Nomi possibly with a slight edge, but then again, Cliff is such a map where attacking, defending, just like Himmelsdorf, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you can get sort of the edge by being defender, but in the end, if you do everything right in the first 5 minutes or 10 minutes of the match, then you don't have to let it come to a draw. That being said, Raid is coming in on what may be the final game of the day with a CGC, double STB, 99907 and 5 CSs together with a Chieftain and 2277.
Well, Nomi is defending in this game. They do have their arty, same as Raid. 1 TVP, this is something we often see, and they have gazillion of CSs, 7 as far as I counted, 6 or 7, I'm not sure.
Gazillion does it justice, as we can see only 2 tanks by Nomi getting diverted towards the 1-2 line, and the majority of blue tanks for Nomi getting sent to the upside. And we're going to have to see how this pans out, as the CSs probably have the goal of reaching the top of the mountain, the top of the hill, the lighthouse, where they're going to have a good time. However, actually a lot of CSs getting sent towards the west, where the donut is, and Raid doing the same thing here. But the problem for Nomi is that Raid also sent a lot of 907s and 277s through the 1-2 line that are going to capture the donut now. Nomi immediately recognizes this. The CSs turn around, one of them gets caught out, and the CSs, they're trying to go around the hill, it seems now.
What's going on here, man? Like, okay, there's not 7 but 8 of them, but now it's 7. Anyways, like, Nomi just did this, like a cavalry push, then turn right, too much enemy there. And then Raid is just counter-pushing down from the 1-2-3 line because they saw they can do it more or less for free. Now they will take the cooldown positions here. They are progressing toward the top of the hill. They do have RT pointed there. I mean, it's really awkward how Nomi decided to play this. This is such a gamble play.
Yeah, I mean, once upon a time there used to be an EBR tactic called the washing machine, where you just confuse the enemies to the point where they are spinning and they don't know what they're doing anymore. But at the moment, it's Nomi just spinning their own chair, and they need to be careful not to hurt themselves in their own confusion. Kokos here in a very, very bad spot. Does take 2 shots for free by Baron, and I think Baron is not done yet. You can see the CSs by Nomi once again doing a U-turn, the wheels screeching probably as they turn on the ground. And now Raid with their first reaction here in this game. Kaliummangel needs to be careful, dropping down to a one-shot, but Raid is sending 907s, 277s around the hill, possibly to greet the CSs that aren't even there anymore by Nomi. And I think the problem for Nomi here is that the hill is going to be won by the tanks of Raid. And yeah, there is an RT available for both sides, but it's going to be... It's going to be hard for the defenders of Nomi, but then again, only 7 minutes and 35 seconds left to hold on.
Well, there is a flanking maneuver coming in from Raid forces now. Slowly they're taking over the upper side. RT is doing the number of the tanks in, especially, guys, when you have like tanks like STB equals getting penned by RT easily.
Yeah, and you
And
see
Old Kings is a
Kings-
witness to that.
Yeah, Old King's losing the commander, losing the gunner here. So he has driver and loader, so he's going to be useful in a direct brawl, but not much else. But he's also on a one-shot, so not even that possibly. Kalium also on a one-shot. He's dropping back in the CS. And at the moment, Raid seems to be sort of content with the positions they have, but they are already mustering forces to push down the 9-0 line. That one CS you can go towards the...
Miko
A5.
picked him up actually, even though he left the position.
Oh yeah, yeah, he was on 300. But yeah, Kalium
He might
going
have
to
he might have splashed him over someone else. What a bummer.
Yeah, Kalium in the one shot. That is actually good for Raid. They will have one low HP tank that is not going to get picked up soon to snipe from the back. But in comes the 1-2 line push and the donut repush here simultaneously by Nomi. They're going to find double 277, but they can't really push it, I don't think.
Well, there is also a raid flanking maneuver from the other side, so they will try to shoot them in the back. The CSs are kind of stuck here. I mean, it's not like an armored tank. You can pen its turret easily, and 277s can angle up there, but I hope they're not going to show front wheel, the best wheel, you know, to those CSs. Alka is doing also some kind of crossfire there, but he's more taking damage than giving at the moment. Arti is doing a really good number, like Miko is trying to balance the things out, but there we go. Han is picking up one guy, and there is a lack of HP and numbers starting to stack up on Nomi. Nomi is just trying to do a YOLO Zerg rush here and pressure the tanks of Raid, but tanks of Raid are nowhere to be found. They already switched to other side of the battlefield, so they're firing them from the very side of the Nomi base.
Yeah, Sokol getting set on fire against Alka here is not going to be good as well. Alka dropping down and not taking any damage, so he did it perfectly. And at this point in time, the winner of the game should be almost clear. Yeah, it is Kalium to pick up Miku, and now there's only 5 tanks plus the artillery holding here for Nomi. Make that 4 as I believe Kokos also gets picked up, and now the pincer movement coming in for Raid. They know they have the upper hand. They know this game is decided. They want to just end it right here, right now. And yeah, Ricochet, he's going, and he's even ramming Maciek Garian. And now the only tank, if you can even call it that, left for Nomi is Miko Proteza in his artillery. He's tucked tightly in between the stone and the wall, and he's just going to try to prolong the game as long as possible, but in the end it doesn't even matter. Hannes with the 277 slowly approaching. Miko even spotted now, and Hannes picks him up, and for the last matchup of the day we have a quick 3-0 stomp. There is no other word for it.
In the end, it doesn't even matter. I see what you did there. But that pretty much sums up this match. 3-0. It was something I think even voted for, because like there is a huge skill difference between Raid and Nomi that I think still exists. Yeah, and we clearly saw it. It didn't look like Nomi really has any idea how to deal with Raid on any of these two maps. But still, they made it through all the stages of the tournament, qualifiers, groups, and etc. So they deserve to be here at the end of the day, because there was no one better to best them. So kudos to them for that. But this will be their farewell point from the tournament. Miko did a really good job with Arti. I saw those shells. Not that they're super hard to do when you're shooting the saddle all the time. But still, the connections were there, and they were direly needed by the Nomi guys.
And actually, there is 848 team damage coming out by Ricochet. I wonder how that happened.
Smells like fire.
Smells like fire, indeed. And yeah, other than that, just super solid stuff coming in by GX Raid. And to be honest, all of those CSs here on the lower side, it didn't really feel to me like Nomi had sort of a match plan. I think they wanted to react smartly to what Raid was doing, but there was no smart reaction to be found.
No, I think like Raid might have even been confused this time to what's going on actually. And that first CS who died was just like,
I mean, Nomi maybe...
What's happening there, man?
Nomi maybe adopted my approach. Whenever IFC, I'm going like, if I don't know what I'm doing, then the enemy certainly can't either. However, they also yielded my result there. They did get bested, and in quite convincing fashion. GX Raid just with a very, very convincing performance. So yeah, we are going to have to say goodbye to YOLO Nomi in this tournament, and we are left with the top 4 teams, and they are going to be 2 times GX, 1 time Raid, the other one 15 Chiefs, And then we have Invil and Fame, who are gonna duke it out in the upper bracket. That all being said and done, I'm not sure if we're gonna see a replay or if we're gonna head directly over to the analysts.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm looking forward to what other Mojo has to say. I mean, he's done a great job so far.
All right, then without further ado from our side, have a nice evening. Thanks for watching and have fun with Iki and Svitman.
So here we can see we are not eCandy or Svitjo here right now. We do have the names. So there we got people with, I think everybody across the board pretty much predicted who the correct winner was going to be. I know for yourself, you had no surprise there, even with your ruthless prediction for Nomi not able to pick up even one round, which we'll have from there. Thank you very much, Keyhand and Mojo, for the excellent casting going through that last game. And yeah, were there any surprises there for you? Even with Keyhand and Mojo, some confusion on Cliff.
Not really. Raid showed a very strong performance, especially on Sand River, where they didn't allow Nomi any breathing room, and they were able to get the map control, get the peaks correct, and even if Manio with the CGC showed like an amazing performance, it still wasn't enough for Nomi to actually endanger the victory of GX, because they just were lacking the tactics, were lacking the player skill, and it was just a easy sweep 3-0 for GX.
Mm-hmm. And so yeah, I know we can't quite see what's going on there, but so far the games that we will see tomorrow will be GX15 versus GX Raid, which I think should be fairly interesting there.
Yeah, two teams from the same clan clashing against each other is going to be definitely interesting to see. And also the winner bracket finals of Fame and Invil is going to be a show.
Yep.
And it's going to be really good tomorrow. We saw some really good games today, and tomorrow promises even more of them.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now I know the replays will be ready sometime soon, so while those are getting ready, I want to remind everybody into the Gleam link for the giveaway. Make sure you enter into the Cooler Master Discord server and enter into the giveaway they have going on there as well. Lots of giveaways going on, and thank you very much to Cooler Master for sponsoring the prizes and the cash, along with what we've provided for the prize pool on the players, and also for the prizes that are going to the players, including a bonus code, a couple of PC cases, a cooler, and even a hoodie that is also available to win. So make sure you enter into that while you still can. Drops are still happening, so make sure you claim those sometime soon to keep an eye on them. And yeah, while the replays are processing, I will remind you that this is not the end of the tournament. There will be a return tomorrow where we come back at the same time and we play the remaining 4 games to decide who is the tournament so far until the next one. So there we can see where luckily everybody was sat down behaving and Keyhand was not twirling his tie around his head in freedom. So yeah, while we get ready for this, I hope you enjoyed the games today. And yeah, I think the replays are about to pop up sometime soon. And yeah.
So in the first battle, we are seeing Raid taking the K line control very, very convincingly. And then in a few seconds, we are going to see the push on the 0 line from the Raid team, from the Nomi team onto the Raid team. And that is basically going to be the cap race that we saw again on Himmelsdorf, but in the difference where Raid actually is going to win their cap by killing everybody there. On both caps, they are going to win by killing everybody because their positions were just strong enough for that. And we are seeing the push from Nomi guys that is failing, and triple chief on the cap of the Nomi team. So this first big battle was probably the closest one to actually winning for Nomi, because if their push would have succeeded, they would have actually chance to cap. But Raid was ready for that. And now we are seeing the last game, which is the cliffs, where Nomi was like, oh, there is more of them on the lower side, let's go upper side. Oh wait, where do we actually go on the upper side? And Patriarch being slightly confused because in the group stage we saw one of the team just pushing, saw them pushing just straight for the CSs onto the where Baron is and Old Kings is with the STBs, and we saw CS just overpush at the start, and it actually worked. So someone might have thought that this would work, but in the end it didn't, and they basically out-rotated themselves, where they were rotating constantly and basically not taking any commitment, and that cost them a lot of time, a lot of HP.
Mm-hmm.
And even though the Miko with Arta did like 3.3k damage, which for the short game as it was really impressive, it was probably more of an error of Old Kings and the other mediums rather than the tactics working out properly for them. And Raid picking the third game, sweeping them 3-0, and getting through towards the next game tomorrow in the lower bracket.
Mm-hmm.
We are just seeing the finishing move.
Like with this one, you mentioned where there wasn't a push by Nomi coming over and to try and dominate. Do you feel Nomi could have done anything differently with this, or perhaps we're just accepting, this is going to be the last game, just have fun with it?
Definitely. Like I said, the push that was working in the group stage, it was basically pushing the 6 line straight with the CSs and killing the tanks that were going up, with the expectations of majority of the tanks staying lower. So you basically take the overmatch there, and before they can get up, you set up in the positions. That might have worked just because Raid had only 3 tanks up. But I'm not sure how much ready Raid was for this possibility.
Yep.
Because I don't actually remember what teams were playing that battle. But Raid was super prepared, and it was only 3 tanks, and with that many of CSs, even if the fight would happen later with the low numbers of Raid, it actually could have been still win for Raid just because of the 277s they had.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And do you have any final words, maybe any key points, highlights, moments, plays, or even a player from the today?
Player for today, it was definitely Duck of Death with his CS on the cliffs, where he was able to hit all of his shots, and that was the deciding factor of the game. If he were to miss 1 or 2 shots, the battle would be lost for Fame. Same as Elrishek in the same battle. And apart from those, the only other player that stands out is Benzo in his Chieftain on the Sand River that we saw against Nomi, where he was able to do almost 6k damage and holding the spots in the good positions, also ruining my prediction of the maximum damage dealt in a good battle, same as Keyhands. But yeah, there were some really good games, there were some really one-sided games, and I'm looking forward for tomorrow because the 4 teams that are left for tomorrow, all of them are very strong, and all of them can take the victory in the end.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the awesome analysis as well. Thank you very much to Keyhand and Mojo for taking us through the games for today. This will be the final reminder to enter into the Gleam link to get into the giveaway for all the cool goodies. Join the Cooler Master Discord server to make sure you can also take part in their goodies giveaway that they have going on their server, where you just need to post a picture of your PC build. All you have to do to enter into their giveaway, which is pretty easy considering what you can get. And then otherwise, make sure you tune back in tomorrow. Thank you to all the teams, and good luck to seeing you all tomorrow. And hopefully we can get some cracking games going on there. And yeah, otherwise, thank you all for watching. Make sure you come back for drops for tomorrow. And otherwise, we will see you tomorrow.